Good evening, everyone. I would like to call to order the City Council regular meeting of Monday, June 16th, 2025. If the clerk would please call the roll.
Mayor Lowing,
Here.
Councilmember Rectal,
Here.
Councilmember Liu,
Here.
Councilmember Vinker,
Here.
Councilmember Burt,
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Here.
Councilmember Stone. For the record, 6 present.
Okay, thank you. Before we get to public comment, in lieu of an official proclamation, I just wanted to report out that on Saturday I attended the memorial service for Leland Levy. He died June 10th at 90 years old. Lee was a council member for 12 years, from 1979 to 1991. That's 3 terms, and was mayor in 1985. He was a remarkable man who lived a life of service to others through the city and through Rotary and other things. He was always upbeat, thoroughly optimistic, and a strong proponent of humor and singing. One speaker at the service, who was well into his later years, said that Lee was the rare person in his life who provided true wisdom to his friends as well as friendship. His 2 sons noted that he was very clever at writing songs to express his views and not very good at all singing those songs. The good news for council members tonight, we have the wisdom from Mayor Lee Levy in his own words. If the clerk would play the video, the audio.
Palo Alto City Council meeting is every Monday night. We meet and pass laws, whether they're needed or not. Here's a song about a typical council meeting. Monday night is the dreariest night of the week. I sit there fighting off sleep while I listen to everyone speak. I don't mind Tuesday night a bit, and by Wednesday I feel fit. But Thursday the packet comes in, and then the tedium begins. And Monday night is the dreariest night of the week. I pray for early adjournment, but realize chances are bleak.
Listen to this guy now.
I sit with statesmen like aplomb, but how I wish we could go home. Monday night is the dreariest night of the week. Monday night is the dreariest night of the week. Council groupies show up and you've got to admire their cheek. And then while Emily makes notes and Gary thinks up quotes, Sutorius urges us on, and we struggle until dawn. Monday night is the dreariest night of the week. Park to Green Meadow to San Francisco Creek. Until my term comes to an end and life is normal once again. Monday night is the dreariest night of the week.
That was the guy. That was the guy. Many thanks to Councilmember George Liu, former disc jockey, and sourced that material for us. So thank you very much. And now we need to follow Lee's wisdom and finish this budget in about 45 minutes and go home, right? Probably not. Okay. Thank you. Now we go to public comment. And can we see the overall number of speakers?
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, I did have one agenda change to announce
Okay.
before we get to the public comment. It is that on item number 18, this evening that will be deferred to tomorrow evening. This is approval of amendment number 3, contract with Nomad Transit LLC. Since that item is related and dependent on your budget adoption, we would like to defer that until tomorrow night's agenda. It will appear on your consent calendar.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt, your light is on. Is that unintentional? Okay. So let's go ahead with public comment. How many speakers are there?
We have 8 requests to speak.
Okay. And no groups?
No groups.
Okay. The normal 3 minutes is fine.
Our first speaker is Dave C., followed by Bob L.
Hello, Council. My name is David Cole, and I hope I can, it's quite an act to follow there, but this is good news. First off, I would like to thank the mayor, the vice mayor, and all the city councils for your courage and your leadership in passing the resolution proclaiming Palo Alto's values and protecting the city from the unlawful actions of the current administration. Who knew we would have to do this? Essentially, this is following the oath of office that every elected official has pledged to uphold, to protect and defend the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. It was really great to see so many of you and many, many others at Saturday's No King's Day Parade and Democracy Fair. This is truly what democracy looks like. Citizens coming together to peacefully proclaim their objections to the unlawful and unjust actions of the current administration. I'd also like to thank our representatives, State Assembly Member Mark Berman, State Senator Josh Becker, Congressional Representative Sam Liccardo, and many more that elected officials that joined us for the activities and speaking up against the many atrocities brought upon us by the current administration. This is what true leadership looks like. The estimates are that we were between 5 and 12 million strong across the country on Saturday. This was about 2 orders of magnitude larger than the soggy party in Washington, D.C. I'd also like to thank all the volunteers for the day and the Palo Alto Police Department, all who helped to make sure we had fun, safe, and a peaceful gathering. Thank you all again for your service. It's greatly appreciated.
Our next speaker is Bob L., followed by Aram F.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, council members. Bob Lennox on behalf of the Airport Association. And I want to thank the mayor and George Liu for that piece. I knew Lee and as well as Jack Sartorius and Gary Fazzino and all the other council members mentioned in that little piece, and that was terrific. And Saturday was a great thing. I did participate a bit, but I'm here with another little piece of good news and otherwise some dreary stuff going on. I wanted to let you know, and you should all have an invitation to come out to the airport to view an electric aircraft. It is a British-built aircraft, certified aircraft that has been modified by a Swiss company with the help of a local investor for an electrified aircraft. It's be doing demo flights for about the next week in the mornings and the early evenings, and it'll be on display midday. If you'd like to come out and see it or possibly get a flight in it, there's some limited slots. My RSVP is on your invitations, and I'll try to coordinate with the folks who brought the aircraft to us. One of the reasons it's here is because we are leading edge. We have a plan to electrify the airport, and so I hope you all get a chance to come out and see the beginning of the next phase of aviation. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram F.
Okay. Here's a little sign that I had with the folks out of the demonstrations. In any event, I love all of y'all, and I don't like the violence against public officials. Sometimes I don't like what you stand for or what you do, but I want to make clear that I love all of you. So progressive except for Palestine, PEP. It doesn't work that way. You're either for justice or you're not. Please take a look at our current mayor who claims to be an advocate for justice for people experiencing homelessness, or he might claim to be an advocate for Black people or gay people or other marginalized people, what is politically convenient for him at the time. The mayor's claim of being a man of justice rings hollow. He's a straight up hater of the Palestinians, a genocide supporter, a supporter of the Israeli occupying forces. He's been trained in a synagogue to be clever and stealth. He never lets on that his true purpose for pursuing public office was to be a good foot soldier for his first love, the state of Israel. And he's not alone in that stealth approach to serving the interests of Israel first. Vicky, if you're truly for justice and seeking justice, you can't pursue it only when it's easy or convenient. I know you've struggled with doing the right thing for this most divisive of issues, but that's not enough. You're a lawyer and you can read the facts, the numerous books on the subject for yourself, strip away the Zionist propaganda, and argue the case as if you were appointed by the court to represent the Palestinian cause. Be a zealous advocate for the victims, the Palestinian people. You can do it. Vicky, it's irrefutable. From the day that Israel was founded in 1948 to today, they have operated as a terrorist state. Can I get you to say, stop the genocide? Okay, listen, you're gonna get your time, brother. Why don't you let me have mine? Can you hang with that?
There's a limit to freedom of expression.
No, listen. Are you familiar with New York Times? Are you familiar with New York Times versus Sullivan, sir? I guess you're not. I'd like to have my time.
Go ahead. You've got your time.
No, I don't. He cut into it, man. You don't do that shit to me.
Your time is running, and if you'd care to use it, please do.
Okay.
Let's limit
So Vicky,
audience comment.
here's the bottom line. I'll come back tomorrow night. You know that even if you checked all the boxes, and we all know you want to be the next mayor, and you may deserve to be so. But if you don't dare to say end the genocide, or if you do, let me put it that way, in your role as a council member or a private citizen, you will not be our next mayor. I repeat, if you say end the genocide, you will not be. And why is that? The Zionists will attack you. Suddenly you'll be labeled an anti-Semite, a Jew hater, and a Holocaust denier. And I'll skip down to the bottom. You have two choices. One, you can be a truth teller, or you can serve your own political interests without a moral compass. What are you going to do, Vicky? I'll be back tomorrow to finish it because this motherfucker got in my business.
You don't call me that either.
I call you.
Okay, order in the chambers,
You got in
please.
my business.
Your time is up.
You interrupted my talk.
Very careful.
Don't do that shit again.
Officer,
Yeah, call
can
him
you come
down
down
here.
here, please?
Yeah, what for? Exercising my First Amendment rights to you, punk?
No.
Come on, punk.
We're going to move on to the next speaker. Mr. James, Mr. James, would you please step away? Your time is up, and we went to the next speaker. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Deborah G.
I'm here to advocate for a all-gender family changing room at Rinconada Pool. The city has apparently promised Palo Alto Swim that they would build that for them, and they have. We don't know what's happened to that promise. I don't know if anyone else besides me in this chambers is aware of what Rinconada Pool's like right now in the summer. You go in and there's the men's locker room, and then on the other side there's bedlam, and you have this 6 or 7 baby strollers in there. It's an obstacle course. You got your little naked 2-year-olds running around, and you have a ton of kids. About a third of them are male, ages 10 and under. And the male children are there. They're not legal. They have a strict rule that 5 and under, if you're older than 5, you have to go use the men's room. But, these are mostly women caretakers, and I'm not letting my kid go in without an adult and in the men's room, and I don't blame them. So they're there. And then, you've got the transgender men in the women's room because they're not allowed in the men's locker room. And then you've got and I'm not kidding, this is truly what it is. And then you've got the transgender women in the women's room because they're not going in the men's room. And, I don't actually care, but it is chaos and it is madness. And I went out to Jerome, who's the manager, and I said, Jerome, you already got yourself an all gender changing room in there. And he said, and he gave me this scowl. And I said, oh dear, what's up? And he says, we have wanted an all-gender family changing room for years. The city's promised it, and I said, would you like me to go speak to council? And he said, oh God, yes, please. They don't listen to us. So I don't know what's doing with that. I do know that one of you is on the Human Relations Committee liaison. I don't know which one of you it is, but it seems to me that this could be bumped along with some help from the Human Relations Committee, thinking that, they want their equity. They want to provide spaces that are safe for transgender people, and they can put their money where their mouth is and maybe use that leverage to move this project along a little faster. Thank you for considering. My thoughts are with you that you will have early adjournment.
Our next speaker is rent control, followed by Iris B.
Good evening. I was going to bring a funny bear to be a rent control spokesman, but after what just happened, I don't feel very fun. But you may see the rent control bear mascot again. My name is Arden Michael Blum. I'm a Zionist, but I also believe that the Gaza situation is a terrible situation and that Netanyahu is a terrible prime minister and that Israel now on two fronts should stick to one front, sorry to be direct about this, and remove the Iranian threat which could destroy Israel, but should pull out of Gaza immediately and support the Palestinian people and make a two-state solution in the long term. I want to now address the initial reason for coming in. I live on Forest Avenue, and across the street, there is a monumental project planned. If you can put into the, sorry, I'm a little bit frazzled. If you can put into the contract and agreement pertaining to building permits that applicants be held to respect future Palo Alto rent control, then new buildings may have a success for other people than just commercial interests. That means children and parents living in a less expensive city. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Iris B, followed by Carol G.
Morning, good afternoon, City Council members. First of all, I'd like to humbly request having a copy of the song by Councilmember Lee. I think we all kind of enjoyed it. My name is Iris Benchett, and I'm a rising senior at Henry M. Gunn High School. I've been here a couple of times before already, and I'm here once again on behalf of Vote 16 Palo Alto to respectfully urge your attention and hopefully gain the support of the Palo Alto community for our initiative to lower the voting age to 16 in municipal elections. Now, we want to emphasize that our purpose is to grow momentum, since an initiative, which is what we want to ultimately achieve, cannot succeed without the support of the Palo Alto community. So we want to underline that that collaboration is needed in order to make this a reality. In addition, we also want to address a key criticism that we've faced from people who oppose our initiative, which is that 16 and 17-year-olds are not mentally mature enough to be able to vote. However, I respectfully disagree with that proposal. I respectfully disagree with that idea that we are not mentally mature enough to vote, because research has shown that 16 and 17-year-olds definitely have sufficient cognitive ability to make conscious choices in participatory democracies. This is because, look, there's a difference between hot cognition and cold cognition. And cold cognition is mature enough by 16 compared to like every single adult. Okay, that is what people use in order to vote. Hot cognition is a different story. I don't want 16-year-olds to drink, but cold cognition is what people use to vote. Okay, that's research from Columbia University, by the way. I'd be happy to share that with anyone who wants to know. And also, it's a fact that if students are given a chance, they're going to participate in democracy. I think we've seen that from the Palo Alto Youth Advisory Board, from the Teen Advisory Board, from a lot of different advisory boards that's formed and run by teenagers, okay? They're not formed and run by adults, they're run by teenagers, and they do make an impact in Palo Alto. okay? All of this is a direct investment in voter participation in Palo Alto, and it will definitely improve Palo Alto's future. We've already built a strong foundation by, amplifying our message through social media, social platforms, and also by engaging with our national affiliate, Vote 16 USA. What we now need is participation with our local government. We want partnership here. We want partnership not just with the city council, but with the Palo Alto community. This initiative is a chance for Palo Alto to lead and to give it an opportunity to its students. We can model how the next generation participates in democracy. We can follow the footsteps of other Bay Area cities, such as Oakland and Berkeley. We always look forward to collaboration and partnership, and we hope that it will eventually become a possibility. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carol G., followed by Walter C.
Greetings, City Council members and my fellow Palo Altans. I'm Carol Garson. I'm the founder and producer of Third Thursday California Avenue Music Festival. And guess what? It's this week. Third Thursday is on the 19th of June. And we will be doing an extra special Third Thursday because we'll be having a wine walk. This is the second ever wine walk in the city of Palo Alto. Hard to believe. The first one was the first local libations that we did last year on Third Thursday in July. So I'm very excited that many Cal businesses are participating in supporting the Third Thursday local libations. One, our Tech CU Bank is our wine sponsor, so that's wonderful that they're supporting us. And they'll be having a booth out on Cal Ave and some beautiful little items in our swag bag. And then Zarene's and Gamelandia and Massage Therapy Center and Nomi Lash and Victoria Art and Victoria Ballet all have promotions in our program. So we're thrilled that people are participating, the businesses are participating in this wonderful local libations wine walk. And we have wonderful wineries. We have 10 Santa Cruz Mountain wineries coming out, and we have 3 wonderful bands, World Harmony Chorus. We have the Stony Mountain Ramblers, and we have the Dream Tellers. And if people don't want to come out and drink, that's okay, because Third Thursday is always free. So the Third Thursday Wine Walk Local Libations is a fundraiser for Third Thursday, and we invite everybody to come out and enjoy car-free California Avenue. And just before I came today, what arrived is one of our swag items. So it's the new black, it's a gray t-shirt, has the Third Thursday logo that was designed by Gunn High School student Austin Cho. And on the back, it says what Third Thursday is all about, which is live music inspires joy. And at the bottom it says Cal Ave, Palo Alto, 3rdthursday.fun. And that's where people can buy tickets for the wine walk. 3rdthursday.fun. That's June 19th, 6 to 9 p.m. Fun, delicious wine, lots of great restaurants, great community. Everybody's welcome. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Walter C.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm here tonight to speak out in support of the Third Thursday event. I'm actually a Los Altos resident. I don't think I've been on Cal Avenue for 20 or 25 years. So if it wasn't for the Third Thursday event, I wouldn't have discovered so many different ethnic restaurants and places on Cal Avenue that I didn't know existed. So I just want to give a shout out to Carol Garston for creating such an amazing event on a shoestring budget. So imagine what Third Thursday and Cal Ave could be like with even more support from the city and the public, which is coming out regularly showing that they enjoy it. So I'll be there this Third Thursday. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
The next item on our agenda, I thought we already had a mic problem. Sorry, is councilmember questions, comments, and announcements. I have a couple myself if no one else wants to go first. Oh, Councilmember Liu.
I'll just comment that we love Mondays and that we are excited and privileged to be here, though the song is great. Thank you.
Okay, can we have a vote on that, please? All right, I wanted to make a couple comments in light of things that have happened this week in the country. Not all of them because they're too numerous to count. And I want to first talk about the fact that last Tuesday, the U.S. Council of Mayors got together a Zoom meeting with actually included 170 mayors across the country to get a perspective on the situation in Los Angeles, created when, as you know, the administration called on the National Guard for citizen protests when it was not requested by the governor, let alone the mayor. Mayor Bass was on the call to talk with us, remarkably sharing 20 minutes of her time in the midst of this crisis to give us an on-the-ground reality check and also comment on possible impacts in her perspective for other cities. It was of critical importance. She underscored that there are only a few streets in all of downtown LA that had significant protests, which that's it. And mostly all protesters were peaceful, with only a few incidents beyond lawful protests, like spray painting or ignoring orders to disperse. And she commented naturally that local public safety teams were thoroughly adequate to keep order and make arrests if laws are broken. A few hours after our call, she indeed did put in the first curfew in town, again in this small area. So she's right on top of the situation. That week, I watched a clip of the Secretary of Homeland Security saying that LA is a city of criminals. So that's the contrast that we're facing in city government now. Mayor Bass reiterated that the guard was not necessary, and in fact, quote, "They have nothing to do, and LA could sure use $135 million that this is costing." And here's the critical point for us as a city. Her belief is that LA is simply being used as a laboratory, as she called it, for the administration to see what works in preparation for even more surprise ICE arrests and protests in many more cities. So the clear message from her and a lot of concerned mayors on that call was it can now happen in any city in the U.S. So we all have to be prepared to react appropriately. On another subject, I got a letter from this week from Santa Clara County about the Santa Clara County government budget from our supervisor, Abacoca, and other council members may have also received the letter. But I just want to quote from her letter, just keeping us up to speed on what's happening with the county finances. The federal budget expected to be adopted by October will have significant implications for us, particularly as we face potential cuts to Medicaid. The state budget adopted this week includes many of the cuts to Medi-Cal that the governor proposed. These programs are essential for most vulnerable residents, and together they make up nearly $2 billion of our $12 billion budget. So combined with other federal grants, meaning those that are at risk, we could face a loss of $2.5 to $3 billion. That's the county. So in advance of our budget discussion tonight, I just want to mention that we are proceeding with budgets in an appropriately cautious way. I want to reassure the residents of that again. And we're going to look at it constantly as we go forward. But with all these county cuts coming in and state cuts and federal cuts, there's uncertainty out there. So I just wanted to put that sober news on the table as we get ready to talk about our budgets. Other comments? Vice Mayor Vinker?
Yeah, just very briefly, and by the way, thank you for that report, and thank you, Councilmember Liu, for the recording. Just very briefly, I attended the Cal Cities, it's a League of California Cities, statewide Public Safety Policy Committee meeting this past week, and just wanted to let folks know there was one item on Prop 36 implementation, but the other item was one that's of great interest around here. It was on wildfires, fire insurance, and Zone Zero. And I have slides if anyone wants them. Presenting were the Assistant Director of California OES on recovery and assistance in the wake of the LA wildfires, but there's also hazard mitigation lessons for us. And there was also a presentation by the California Department of Insurance talking about a moratorium on insurance cancellations, being attentive to fraud, et cetera, in the wake of that. And finally, there was a presentation from the State Fire Marshal on the response, including various fire department responses, home and community hardening, and forest health. And so there's a lot of information there if anyone is interested in that. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first, related to the topic of wildfires, Councilmember Rectal and the mayor and I join the many senior members of the city staff at the neighborhood town hall for the Palo Alto Hills neighborhood, Miranda and Esther Clark neighborhoods. And not surprisingly, the number one concern was wildfires. And by coincidence, and fortunately it was limited, but there was a small wildfire that afternoon right off of Page Mill Road. And so I want to express appreciation to all the neighborhood leaders who helped organize that, and the really good turnout, and the very thoughtful discussion that occurred with the people who came, and then really the whole team of city staff who joined us for that meeting and made valuable presentations and were real responsive to the questions. And they have a series of follow-ups that they're going to do in response to some questions that were asked. And then in a way related to the issue of threats to federal funding, at the MTC, we had a follow-up discussion on the prospect of the regional transit tax, which is being viewed as an essential lifeline to keep our transit agencies operating at a service level that doesn't result in what's called a death spiral. So the fixed rail transit agencies have really been surviving off of COVID funds, along with the other transit agencies, but fixed rail, Muni, BART, and Caltrain, and for that matter, VTA's light rail system, have been very slow to recover. Even with the acceleration in ridership on Caltrain from electrification, we are looking at a $75 million deficit per year just at Caltrain. And VTA is looking at deficits as well now because of the decline in sales tax. And so VTA will be seriously considering whether to recommend or to participate in a regional sales tax measure in the November 26 ballot. We have not decided to do so. At Caltrain, we have endorsed it, but that's from a different point of view from VTA, because VTA's consideration is whether to do their own sales tax in 2028, and that's what will be weighed there. So there are still ongoing negotiations with the bill's authors. The real probably critical sticking point is what's called return to source, meaning that the tax dollars that would be generated through this sales tax measure in Santa Clara County, we want to see that those dollars return to Santa Clara County in directly or indirectly. And so those negotiations are still ongoing, but it does bring to the center this consideration that we're going to have in this region, which is, given what's happening out of DC and the budgets in DC, to what extent do we need to, even more than we have in the past, pull together as a region and as localities to support the programs and the needs of our community that we believe in and our residents expect and hope to receive from local government. It's going to be a tough discussion as we go forward, and I just wanted to frame this in that context.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last Tuesday, I attended a press conference put on by Supervisor Susan Ellenberg regarding childcare resolutions passed by 14 of the 15 cities here in Santa Clara County, including our city. Resolutions that affirm that access to affordable childcare is critical in this moment, for families, for the kids themselves, and for the people who work in childcare. So it was fun to be there alongside almost every other city in the county to celebrate this, important milestone and recommit to going forward even stronger with respect to childcare. Next, I want to say that the Cubberley Master Plan Community Meeting on Thursday was another terrific event. We had, I think, about 130 members of the community come out for that and look at 3 different models that our consultants have put together for what the new Cubberley might look like, whether it's a renovation or a rebuild or some combination. We have options to look at. The community will meet next in September after we all come back from whatever it is we're doing this summer. And I just encourage everyone who cares about the future of Cubberley, come out for that. That's going to be the 3rd and final community meeting. And we really want your input in the mix. People have, fun at these meetings. Councilmember Rectal and I were both there, and it was lively and loud. And, people are rolling up their sleeves and figuring it out. So really encourage everyone to participate in that. And then finally, I want to thank the organizers of the Indivisible March, the We the People March, the No Kings Day March, the Democracy Fair that followed it in Rinconada Park. I think the turnout for our parade exceeded their expectations, and it was, I think, a wonderful display of, very representative of our region in terms of age, in terms of race and ethnicity, gender. It just looked like folks from, all walks of life had decided to come out for that event. And the Democracy Fair in particular was just extraordinary to have people visiting booths and listening to speakers. And Joan Baez was there to close it all out. It was exhilarating to be a part of something here in the city that echoed what was happening elsewhere around the country. So my thanks to those at Indivisible, Palo Alto Plus, and the others who put that opportunity together for the rest of us to participate in. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no others, we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is our consent calendar. A couple of directions on that first. First of all, just to tally it up, this is items 1 through 20, through 21, but deleting 18, which goes tomorrow, as the city manager just said. There are 2 items that are quasi-judicial. So we'll take those quasi-judicial statements up front, number 12 and number 19. And on one of these, there are 2 council members that have to recuse. So let's start with the recusal. Councilmember Baker.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Baker.
Yes, I will need to recuse on item 20, which involves Stanford, with which I have a conflict of interest.
I will also need to recuse on item 20 because I own a condo adjacent to the El Camino focus area.
Okay, so we'll just vote on that one separately. And in terms of recusals on,
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Molly, go ahead.
You can vote all together and the record will reflect that there were only 4 of you voting on that item.
Okay.
With 2 recusals.
Okay, and the disclosures, any on 12? Okay, yeah, Councilmember Burt.
Yes, I met with Jim Harris, who provided information that I believe the council has received in writing on item number 12, and so I did not receive information that's not in the record.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Yes, regarding item 12, I met with Joe Peterson and did not receive any information that is not a part of the record.
Excuse me. I also had email correspondence with Mr. Peterson and have the same information as everyone else.
And I'm sorry, I may have gotten the names wrong, and I had also met with Mr. Peterson.
Okay. Councilmember Liu?
I also met with Mr. Peterson.
Okay, and Vice Mayor Vinker?
I had a Zoom call with Mr. Peterson, and to the best of my knowledge, learned nothing that wasn't in the record.
Okay. And then with respect to 19 quasi judicial and 1033 Amarillo, any disclosures on that one? I see none. Okay, so we come back to the top of the order, and are there any requests to pull or no votes? Oh, so I'm sorry. Yeah, we should do the public comment first.
Our first speaker is Joe P.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I am the aforementioned Joe Peterson. I'm a homeowner in Barron Park, and agenda item 12 results from an application my wife and I filed for a small remodeling project aimed at making our home safer as we get older. My wife, who's here tonight, doesn't like when I refer to her as getting older, but that is the sad reality. Our application was rejected as it was caught up in a shift in policy at the planning department concerning relocating square footage from one area of the home to another as a part of a remodel of older homes. That's done in an effort actually to decrease nonconformities in older homes with the current code. Previously, the department permitted projects like ours, but starting in 2016, it announced a policy change without seeking input from the council or amending the code. I know for a fact the code wasn't amended, and I don't believe any input publicly from the council was sought at that time. The department has confirmed that it would like to present an amendment to the council, which would authorize small projects like ours, and it has confirmed that our project would be approved under this future amendment. We're certainly grateful for that, but as I set out in my appeal letter, the existing code already permits our project because the code was not amended in 2016 when the department changed its policy. And the prohibition on relocating square footage is actually not in the current code. In terms of the relief I am now requesting in view of the amendment, I ask that you direct the department to formulate its proposed amendment on an expedited basis and direct the department to return it to the council within 3 months. Alternatively, I ask that the council withhold consent to agenda item 12 and proceed with a hearing at its earliest opportunity on the proper interpretation on the code provisions raised by the department with respect to our application. Thank you all for your consideration.
Our next speaker is Laura B.
Hello, my name is Laura Bazzer. I'm with Sandhill Property Company, and I'd like to request that item 20 be removed from consent and the 20% affordability requirement be further discussed. Sandhill ground leases 3300 El Camino, which is part of the focus area, and we have been working with the city for the last couple of years to add or to create a mixed-use project on that site. We currently have an entitlement for an office development, and we're trying to add housing to it. I want to be clear, we had the opportunity for the last couple of years to do a builder's remedy project on the site, and we chose not to. Instead, we decided to work with the city, develop the focus area, and try to create a site that goes through public process and hearing. Unfortunately, under the current affordability requirement in the ordinance, we're now held to a different standard than those builder's remedy projects. A builder's remedy site, even if they don't provide the builder's remedy application project, only has to provide 13% BMR on site, while our project is going to be required to have 20% BMR on site. In general, we think that the focus area should have one standard for all sites, because that's what's fair. We recommend doing an in lieu fee instead of the 20% affordable on-site requirement because the city has found that an in lieu fee is feasible and found that a 20% on-site requirement is infeasible. But at a very minimum, we just ask to be held to the same requirement as the builder's remedy applications. And we also think that this would be most compliant with HCD's requirements. So thank you very much. We really appreciate the city's help on the focus area. We're excited to move more housing with the city. Have a good night.
Our next speaker is Herb B.
Thank you. I'm speaking on item 6 on the CAO evaluation process. In the past, as referred to goals and key performance indicators, and I noticed now it says, I believe, priorities and key performance indicators. You can meet in closed session to agree with the CIOs as to what those are, and you can meet in closed session to determine your evaluation. However, the goals or policies and the key performance indicators are identifiable public records, which should be made public. And there's also a practical reason for that, whenever you have a closed session to evaluate the CIOs, the public is given an opportunity to speak. And unless we know what those key performance indicators are and for what items they're for, we can't give you meaningful advice. And each year when you go through this process, you know what the current ones are. And if the public knows what they are, they can say whether they should continue to be those goals or policies, or whether they should be different ones. And for the ones that they want to keep, whether the key performance indicators are the correct ones. And finally, when you have a recruitment for new CIO, the goals or policies and the key performance indicators that are current should be included in the recruitment information. There's no justification for keeping them secret. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amy A. Amy, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Good evening. This is Amy Ashton, Executive Director of Palo Alto Forward, and we are asking you to pull the El Camino housing focus area from the consent calendar and consider removing the step back requirement
Why don't you, we're only getting part of your comments.
Requirement fair across all parcels to be rezoned. We know home builders, architects, developers, they're all telling us that projects are on the knife edge in terms of without better zoning, they will die. Projects will be pushed into a 2+ year rezoning process with all the complications that those entitle or into.
Could the speaker move? We're not
can you hear me
getting all
now?
the packets of sound that are coming. It's on and off.
Can you hear me now?
That's better for right now.
Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Oh no.
We can hear you, but you
Can
can't
you hear me now?
us. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, let's try. All right. Where was I? So got to get a new computer, everyone. I apologize.
Amy, we're unable to hear you. If you're interested in submitting public comments to the council, you're welcome to email city.council@paloalto.gov. Thank you.
Except this one applies to tonight.
Go ahead and do that.
Are you back?
No, she's been removed.
Oh. Okay. Well, we heard part of it in favor of pulling item 20. Right? So that was the gist, so. Okay, and that's it for public comment?
Yes.
All right, now to the council to see if there are any requests to pull or no votes. Councilmember Burt?
Yes, I would like to pull number 3, which is the wildfire audit report, and pull item 11, which is the electric system reliability key performance indicators, and pull item 12 on the non-complying residential gross floor area.
I believe Councilmember Lou was next.
I would like to pull item 12.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yeah, I would like to like to pull item 3 and item 11, the electric and the wildfire. I think that needs more discussion.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes, I'd like to pull item 3, 11, and 12.
I think that's it.
Mayor, we will need a maker and a seconder.
Second.
Burt and Rectal? You can put it up when you're ready.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Mayor Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Lou?
Yes.
For the record, motion carries.
Oh, can we get bigger on the screen?
So Madam Clerk, we seem to have 2 images, which makes what you want us to see like half the size.
One moment, we are adjusting the screen in the back end.
Thank you.
But we finished that vote, right? Right, so that's done. All right. Okay, so we go on now to city manager comments.
which will also need the city clerk's assistance. So when you're ready, city clerk, let me just note that items 3, 11, and 12 will be scheduled for your next available action agenda, which will in all likelihood be in August. All right. Terrific. Next slide, please. All right, so really just a few look ahead items to share with the council this evening. Folks' opportunity to note for their calendars and hopefully be able to then turn to the websites that are referenced here for further information. So looking forward through the summer as a number of summer events are occurring. Family movie nights starting this Friday, June 20th, Magical Bridge Music in the Bridges in Music concert on the 27th, Twilight concerts on the 21st. Again, a number of events, and then really the largest event of for the city of the summer for sure, the 4th of July Chili Cook-Off and Summer Festival, Friday, July 4th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Then our annual Clay and Glass Festival at the Art Center on July 12th and 13th. Again, more information on the city's website, paloalto.gov/summer events. Next slide, please. And a few more, again, look aheads. As council knows, we've had a heat pump water heater giveaway program underway. The deadline for that program has been extended through the end of June. So opportunity for residents that have not yet taken advantage of that promotion to do so. Next slide, please. Having a little delay. No, it's fine. Yeah. Community engagement coming up. Then really through July and into August, wanted to flag a few upcoming community engagement opportunities. In June, King Plaza art installation celebration. On the 16th, the Ramona Street Outdoor Activation Workshop. And then on July 26th, really the city staff's largest event of the summer, the Municipal Services Center Open House. Again, that's the 26th of July from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Then in August, major event across the city, August 5th, the National Night Out from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Then a number of other items that we've got dates noted, but again are a bit subject to change, but nonetheless worth noting at this point. Reach code changes. This is building code changes in August. Dates to be set. Also, rail grade separation workshops planned, and our next mayor's press and community briefing scheduled for the 28th. Please check the city's calendar, paloalto.gov/calendar for the latest information. Next slide, please. And finally, just looking forward to your agenda. Pretty well known at this point. Your last meeting will be tomorrow evening with the California Avenue Outdoor Activation Guidelines as a key action item. Then July, no meetings. We've got the dates listed here for August and September. And just to note some of the key items for discussion that are already scheduled for August. First off, the San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Authority study session. That's actually tentatively scheduled for the first meeting in August 4th. And then we're finalizing dates for all of the other items that are listed here on this screen. And with that, Mayor, that concludes my comments.
Okay, thank you. The official agenda item says we're supposed to take a break right now, but I suggest we jump into the multi-staged discussion of budgets and see how far we get before we take a break. So unless there are objections, that's what we're going to do.
22 is the.
We're on 22. Yeah,
That's utility rates.
that's right. Sorry, utility rates. So we're going to start with that. And for the public that's watching, there's a bit of formality in this process annually. So I will essentially introduce each of the items before the staff presentation. and some will require comments from our city attorney. So tonight, we're going to hold a public meeting to consider item 22, which is a series of actions adopting utility rates and financial plans. There are 6 separate resolutions under this item. 2 of these are proposed changes to the city's water and wastewater collection rates, and they require a public hearing under Proposition 218. As required by the California Constitution, we will conduct majority protest proceedings for both the water and wastewater collection rate increases, and the public will have an opportunity to speak. First, staff will make a presentation on the water and wastewater rates and financial plans. Go ahead, staff.
Good evening, Mayor Lowing, Vice Mayor Vinker, and City Council. Next slide, please. On a very high level, this is a summary of the rate proposals we have for you tonight. We are often asked, as a not-for-profit utility, what are the key reasons and drivers for our rate increases? So we just want to summarize at a very high level for you tonight. Is just investment in our aging infrastructure, our operating costs that we've seen increasing not only in materials but our supply chain, and then really replenishing our utility financial reserves, which were drawn down as part of the pandemic. And in addition, regulatory compliance. So we're not just regulated on a local, but also a state and federal level, and we're audited on all our utilities. Next slide. So just a very high level summary of the engagement that we have with our Utility Advisory Commission, as well as the Finance Committee. So these are the dates where we start talking about the budget way back in December, and really culminating tonight where we're bringing our full recommendations. Also, as part of our outreach, we do go to the residents and business and customer meetings and have regular updates in our bill inserts, website, media. We also provide a community blog in terms of the status of our utility. And with that, I'm going to introduce Lisa Belair. She's our Senior Resource Planner, and she'll take the rest of the slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Good evening, council members. This slide shows our proposed rate increases, and this is a series of rate increases that will allow the utilities to provide safe and reliable and environmentally sustainable and cost-effective services. Last year, we had proposed a 7% increase for 2026. So this is a 1% increase from that level to an 8% overall utility bill increase for the median residential customer. Next slide, please. This slide shows that the Palo Alto's median residential bill is lower, about between 15 and 34% lower than these neighboring communities. Next slide, please. For the water proposal, it's a 10% rate increase, which is approximately $11.40 per month for residential customers. And the primary drivers are that revenue is below cost and has been for the past several years. And we've been using reserves to cover our costs. And you can see in the chart on the right that some of the drivers are increases in operating expenses. And we're also deferring capital, which is allowing for a smaller rate increase than otherwise would have been needed. The slide details some changes, mostly minor changes that have occurred since we went to the Finance Committee. Next slide, please. This slide shows the stacked bars are costs, different categories of costs, and the green line at the top is the revenue, and the proposed rate increase is the 10% shown at the top of the 2026 bolded bar. And you can see on the chart that the revenue has been below costs for the past several years. Next slide, please. When we went to the Finance Committee, we were asked to compare Palo Alto's rates to those of surrounding cities that also receive 100% of their water from SFPUC. And when you look at the comparison, Palo Alto is approximately in the average of that group. Next slide, please. For the wastewater proposal, we're proposing a 20% rate increase, which is approximately $11.20 per month for a residential customer. And you can see in the chart on the right that a large part of that increase is the need to replenish reserves, as well as increases in operating expenses. And again, in the wastewater utility, we are deferring some CIP into future years, and that is going to reduce the amount of rate increase that otherwise would have been needed. And the slide details some of the changes from when we went to the Finance Committee in April. Next slide, please. This chart shows in the same format the costs and revenues as well, the costs in the stacked bars and the revenues and the green line at the top. And you can see the 20% proposal in 2026. Next slide, please. Even with this rate increase, Palo Alto will remain below the neighboring community average. This chart shows Palo Alto's rates in 2024 compared to the neighboring communities. Next slide, please. So we do have two slides, one that show what the recommendations are for water and wastewater, and I believe we're going to pause there.
Yeah, just a second. I think the city attorney has to speak on 2118.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So now it's time to hear public comment on the proposed water and wastewater collection rates. This hearing is following the requirements of a provision of the California Constitution that is commonly referred to as Prop 218. Prop 218 sets rules that local governments must follow before increasing property-related fees, and water and wastewater collection are both fees of that type. Notice of tonight's hearing was mailed to affected water and wastewater collection customers on the 2nd of May, and the city clerk has been accepting written protests against the proposed rates. She will continue to do so until the close of the public input portion of this hearing that we're having right now. After the close of the public input portion, the clerk will tabulate the written protests for water and wastewater collection separately, and if a majority of the affected customers have filed signed written protests against either or both of the proposed rate increases, they cannot be imposed. Otherwise, the City Council can adopt the proposed water and wastewater collection rates by resolution and a majority vote. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to actually hear public comment on water and wastewater rates and financial plans.
Our first speaker is Herb B. Our next, Herb, okay. Our next speaker is Flora N.
Flora Nayabi. I live in Palo Alto for many years, and during these 5-6 years, there has been lots of problem with the paying the prices for the utility, and even I am in 20% using less water and utility, but I cannot afford it. You know, it has been twice the price that I paid before, and I cannot afford it. It's like, you know, I save lots of water, save everything to just water the plant around me, but I cannot do it. It's not livable for me. And I have financial aid for it, but it's too much. It's okay, okay.
Our next speaker is Peter D.
Good evening, Mayor Lowing and council members. Peter Dreckmeyer, I'm a resident of Palo Alto, and I'm the policy director for the Tuolumne River Trust. I'm really proud of Palo Alto in a lot of ways. We have a great Utilities Advisory Commission and a great liaison to that. And Greer Stone has been a fabulous director for Palo Alto of the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, BOSCA. And we're leading the charge. It's really a shame that it takes one city out of the 26 BOSCA member agencies to try to shine light on some of these issues, but that's what's happening. Earlier this year, the Utilities Advisory Commission took a lot of time to understand issues of water rates and stewardship of the Tuolumne River and Bay Delta. And they recommended rejecting the One Water Plan that Palo Alto has been working on. It's an alternative water supply plan. It costs $559,000. And they found that it's based on the false premise of potentially 50% rationing in San Francisco. That is a political number. It's been put out by the SFPUC since 2018 when the Bay Delta Plan was released. And it's to support their contention that they can't be better stewards of the river without running out of water, which is absolutely false. The UAC also recommended that Palo Alto ask the SFPUC some questions to help us with long-term water supply and financial planning. That letter was sent, and the SFPUC refused to answer those questions. And so then the request went to Bosca. Will you ask these questions so that we have information we need? And Bosca has not done that yet. So there's a lot of disinformation out there. We are always willing to publicly discuss it. The Palo Alto League of Women Voters invited us, the SFPUC, and Bosca to participate in a water forum. The two water agencies declined. They're hiding. They're afraid. Now, why does this relate to water rates? Our rates are really high. The main reason is that the SFPUC deferred maintenance on the Hetch Hetchy water system for decades. There was actually a lawsuit by Palo Alto in 1979 that got them to start moving in a better direction. We can't change the past, but we can prevent the investment in a really expensive alternative water supply plan that won't be needed. And they have a planning document called the design drought. It's a manufactured drought, 72% more severe than any we've ever had on record. If we took a year off of that, it'd still be much more severe than anything on record, but it'd save the need to develop 25 million gallons per day at a cost of $4.6 billion. If they use reasonable demand projections, those that come from their finance department versus their water enterprise, we could reduce the need for alternative water supplies by 37 million gallons per day, saving $6.8 billion. Thank you.
Our next speaker is David S.
I think some people were expecting this to start at 6:50. Might be a little late.
Moving to our next speaker, Jeffrey H. Moving to our next speaker, Julianne F.
Good evening. Julianne Frizzell, So how's that? Ooh, that's better. Okay. Julianne Frizzell, landscape architect, and I am a Palo Alto resident. I've attended a couple of Bosca meetings recently, and I would like to thank Councilperson Greer Stone, who isn't here, so I can't, okay, for being our representative. His comments and questions have enlivened the meetings. His questions to the SFPUC were excellent, and I hope that he and Bosca will continue to press the SFPUC to answer questions by us, a paying customer. I have been working with irrigation water use issues in the landscape for over 30 years, and I have been interested in the SFPUC administration of our Tuolumne River water for over 10 years. I'm convinced that the SFPUC design drought is based on non-existent or poorly interpreted data. The design drought is largely responsible for the SFPUC's projection of the need for unnecessary water supply projects, threats of future rationing, and rate hikes. Water use throughout the Bay Area has actually either decreased or been flat for at least 30 years, but we still have room to make even more improvements in Palo Alto and surrounding cities. In my walks and observations throughout the area, I see much wasted water in the landscape, either due to poorly designed and run irrigation systems or broken systems. Also, even folks who have well-designed and installed systems don't always maintain their systems properly. I think our city does a great job of encouraging water savings through rebates, through the flyers and the utility bills, making suggestions, classes. But I do think that we need to also emphasize skilled maintenance and the homeowner's responsibility for water use in their gardens. So a lot of gardens are designed well, the irrigation systems are installed well, and the maintenance crew doesn't know how to handle it. So I think maybe if the city helped a little with that. So, I think that the CPA should reject the SFPUC expensive alternative water supply projects, which if implemented would cause even higher water utility rates. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dave W.
Hi, I'm Dave Warner. Thank you all for your service. It's an honor and a pleasure to speak to you today. As you know, our breathtaking overall water rate increase proposal of 10% per year over 5 years is made up of two components. It assumes the SFPUC wholesale rates will go up an average of 4% per year over the next 5 years, and that our local distribution rates will go up an average of 14% a year over the next 5 years. And as you know, local maintenance projects have been scaled back to hold the distribution costs to the 14% a year average, and I commend the staff for doing this. While the 10% overall rate increase for 5 years is breathtaking, it depends on holding the SFPUC rates to an average of 4% a year. There's almost no way SFPUC rates are going to stay that low. SFPUC wholesale rates are based on optimistic sales projections, or in other words, overestimated demand. The rate calculations include no allowance for investments in alternative water supplies other than modest amounts for study. The alternative water supply plan, which has been mentioned previously, we'll just say is very expensive. As a first step to holding down SFPUC wholesale rates is to do what the UAC commissioners, Gupta and Tukert, recommended in their letter to you, and that is to get drought risk data from the SFPUC, as others have talked about. This information is key to avoid overinvesting in alternative water supplies, work that Palo Alto has already done with their One Water plan. So I would just like to highlight one point. You heard about Councilmember Stone's letter to the SFPUC and then their response. And I just like to, there are two things about the response. The first part of the response said that and they're both quite startling. First, that the SFPUC essentially said that they would not respond to requests from a single elected official. But then more shocking was this statement, and maybe you think the first statement's more shocking, but I thought this second statement too is quite shocking. And they said, and I quote, "There are no calculations on the return period of the designed route, as a return period has no relevance to the need to plan for a drought worse than any we have experienced," which is just absurd, because if you don't know the risk of the drought, you don't know if it's the right length or the right amount of storage. So the reason I'm telling you all this is in a few months, you'll be asked to approve an amendment to a water supply agreement with the SFPUC and other BOSCA agencies. Please say no to the amendment until the SFPUC provides drought risk data. There are reasons to do this just to justify signing the amendment. But more importantly, it's a key step in trying to hold down SFPUC rate growth to 4% so that we can keep Palo Alto's overall water rate growth to 10% and still make the infrastructure investments we need. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chris T.
Hello, Council. Thank you. I'm Chris Tucker. I'm on the UAC, the Utility Advisories Commission. And I do not speak for the commission. I speak in personal capacity, but I do speak for one colleague on the commission, that's Utsaf Gupta. He and I have written just today to you a letter, simply, you've heard reference to it just moments ago, but calling on council, urging you to use whatever political leverage and effort you feel you have vis-a-vis the San Francisco PUC through our Bay Area Water Agency, BOSCA, to get answers to these questions that are in the letter that the commission drafted and unanimously recommended to council. Thank you for sending it. And just to summarize, I won't go through all 4 or 5 requests for more information, but the short of it is we're talking about water planning, water shortages, drought scenarios, and those are functions obviously of supply and demand. And on the supply side, you've heard mention of design droughts. As I've learned about the design drought being new on the commission, to me, it's a bit of a Frankenstein of worst case scenarios. The worst 5 years we've had in recorded history grafted onto the worst 3 years we've had in recorded history. With the 2 years, I may be off in the details slightly, but basically an 8-year combination of drought scenarios that, according to experts, without doubt are worse than anything in recorded history. That's just over 100 years, but are also worse than anything the tree ring data would let scientists infer over thousands of years. This is not to say that Utsav Gupta and I don't take very seriously the impact of climate change on water supply. I mean, I've grown up in California. I have some sense of what we're dealing with, but water planning needs to be based on data. And it's to use the word from the prior speaker, Dave, it's startling to me that our business partner, our supplier, SFPUC, is so lacking in transparency and so unwilling to show their work like on a math test. How did you come to this design drought? What is the return period of the design drought? And like with any financial or business plan, what would happen in different scenarios? What if there's more or less supply? Allow us to see options and understand how you've come to these conclusions. On the demand side, SFPUC has a history for decades of underestimating the conservation that a previous speaker mentioned, as we have in Palo Alto and around the Bay Area, driven down our usage of water year by year. They don't take that into account quickly enough, and as a result, they overestimate demand. Well, when you overestimate demand and you overestimate the likelihood of a drought scenario, you lead to spending, in our case, $500,000 on that study where the UAC unanimously recommended do.
You want to?
Your time is up.
You want to call those other two people again in case they've showed up, if you remember who they are?
Sure. David S. Jeffrey H.
Thanks for being here. I know it's a long haul up there. I want to try to put this in a slightly different perspective. I know there are a lot of people here who can give you the facts and figures about how we in California have drawn our domestic per capita use down by more than 60% in the last 30 years, and how the projections for California population that we were making only 25 years ago for today range between 46 and 50 million people, and we're still waiting to get to 40. And about how a lot of other things that we looked into the future and attempted to predict, we've come up short. And I think all those are important things, but I think there's something that's kind of overarching, and that is that we have a habit of dealing with our problems by looking at the world around us and seeing if there's any more complicated, more powerful technology that we can use to change it differently in unprecedented ways, bigger and faster. And I see this whole request for developing alternative water supplies currently billed at $5 billion and unlikely to come in at anywhere near that price if it ultimately gets built, as part of that bigger picture. And I think we want to look, if you will, I want to ask you to look at the long term. You know, humans have been around for 400,000 years. And for 95% of that time, we've been less than 1/1000th of our current population, less than 8 million people. And for 95%, we've been less than 80 million. And only since 1750 have we been even a tenth our current population size. And if you imagine drawing that out on a graph where you have 40 inches for 400 million years, you get about 10 million years to the inch. And it's only in the last quarter of a tenth of an inch that we've jumped our population from less than 1 billion people to 8 billion, with some people saying we're going to 2 billion more. And in the process, we've wreaked havoc. And there are a lot of younger people who look at this and they hear all the cheerleading for AI and robotics and bio this and bio that, and they think, oh, well, maybe. But in their heart of hearts, in their guts, they can see we're coming apart at the seams. And then we medicalize that by calling them depressed and treat them. And I think there's something that we really need to look hard at ourselves and ask, what are we doing here every time we back business as usual? And this demand for more water is business as usual. And I urge you to take whatever leverage you have to stand in the way of it and protect the possibility that there will be water for people, not just this year and next and 10 years from now, but 100 or 1,000 or even 10,000. May we live so long. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Winter D.
How about Jeffrey H? Okay.
Hi, folks. Concerning this matter, Valley Water, as you know, recently released its draft water supply master plan extending out to 2050, planning for a 6-year drought. The SFPUC is planning for a much more severe 8.5-year drought that would lead to extremely expensive investments in alternative water supplies that will never be needed. And we ratepayers will be on the hook for the cost. Why is the SFPUC planning for this arbitrary design drought that combines two of the worst droughts on record? Has Palo Alto done its own analysis on the likelihood of the design drought even occurring? My understanding is that the SFPUC's design drought is 70% more severe. SFPUC's design drought is 70% more severe than what Valley Water is planning, and the odds of it occurring might be once in 8,000 years. Once in 8,000 years. We must continue to press SFPUC for accurate facts and a robust analysis. We can no longer afford the cost of their political games that are on and off for years, aimed at blocking implementation of the science-based Bay Delta Plan. Remember that City Council unanimously committed our city to the Bay Delta Plan for the first and was the first city to do so, once again leading for others to follow. Please now keep that commitment. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeffrey H.
Good evening, members of the council. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak on this issue. Hope to keep this very short and sweet. The way I see it, the 8.5-year design drought causes water to be hoarded in Don Pedro Reservoir. And that hoarding starves the fish in the Tuolumne River, and it starves us, the consumers of the water also. So the fish don't get their water and our rates go up. As I understand it, Palo Alto has had a one water plan where they've looked into a bunch of different alternatives, groundwater, desalinization, some combination, maybe using black water, all kinds of different scenarios. And we currently pay the SFPUC around 2,000, maybe 2,200 per acre foot. And from what I read, each of those other scenarios that were studied were at least $4,000 per acre foot. So, and you get water that isn't nearly as good tasting or probably good in quality as the Hetch Hetchy water. So to me, this seems like a kind of a no-brainer. We want the SFPUC to reduce its design drought so that more flow can go to the fish, more flow can come to us. We don't need to pursue these expensive alternatives that give us less quality water. So it seems to me that simple. Thank you.
Was our final request to speak for item 22 on the proposed water and wastewater collection rate changes and financial plans.
Okay, so therefore there are no more members of the public who wish to speak on this, the waste and wastewater portion. So before I close the public input portion of the hearing, I have to remind everybody that This is the last opportunity to submit written protests on the water and wastewater collection rates. If there are any, you need to take them over to the city clerk. Seeing none, I'm going to now close the public hearing on the water and wastewater collection rates. Before we turn to council questions and discussion on the utility rates, we'll first count the written protests on the wastewater and water collection rates. So we're going to begin with water, and right now there are 19,441 water customers subject to the water rate changes. That means that 9,721 protests are needed to create a majority. Do you have the written count of the? I'm sorry, of the written protests received against the water rate increases?
Yes, Mayor, we received 8 protests against the water rates.
Okay, so seeing that that's not higher than 50% of the total water customers subject to the rate increases. And so since there's no majority protest, we'll consider the resolution now of adopting a water rate increase. So we can go to council discussion and questions. Light up the board. Councilmember Burt.
If there are no council questions or comments, I will move the recommendation of the staff and the finance committee on the water rate increases.
Councilmember Liu.
I'll just ask one question before then.
We either need a second or.
Second.
Okay, second,
Okay.
And then Councilmember Liu.
Yes. I just wanted to confirm with staff how our rates are structured to the extent that whether we can, if we've investigated the possibility of adding more tiers with progressively higher costs in a way to reduce the cost to the sort of general customer. So larger homes or people with more involved landscaping might pay more.
We design our water rates in accordance with Prop 218, and we do cost of service studies looking at the cost allocation and rate design. So that would be something that we could look at as part of our next cost of service and rate design study with an expert in that field. And but that specific analysis that you mentioned is not something that we have done so far, but it's something that we could look at in that next study.
Okay, thank you. It's just useful to understand the timelines and feasibility of that. So I appreciate that. And I personally would like such a study. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Vinker.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask staff if they had any comment on the theme of the public comment and about this. But
sorry, I was going to ask the same thing.
Okay. And if we were to get SFPUC to respond, and if they were to redesign their design droughts, and what potential impact would you see that have, and what would be the timeline? I know this is guesswork, but if you have a sense of that, it would be helpful to hear.
Yeah, well, we can speak to next steps, but let me have Carla Daly just talk briefly about that, because this is really on the rates, and the items mentioned are not really described here.
Yeah, it's kind of a separate issue from what's before the council this evening, in my opinion, but there's no big alternative water supply projects in any of the rates right now. And so what you see before you does not, it includes a little bit of money for some studies that SFP is doing that flows through to their rates and their rate projections, but there are no large projects in play right now.
Director?
Yeah, so we have studies in regards to our urban water management plan. A lot of that information is will be studied in our future, and that's currently in our budget. But The other items that some of the speakers have mentioned there are beyond the scope of what we're talking about, the rate increases here. The studies that we have brought to the UAC are matter of public record and are not included as projects that we are pursuing at this time.
Councilmember Burt, is yours back on or? Good.
Well, I would just like to express support for my colleagues on their concern over this issue. And not only whether there are capital plans, but whether SFPUC is using realistic projections on water demand. And so the two things I think are interplay and I think it would be, I think we'd like to perhaps see a study session sometime in the coming months that would allow us to dive into this more deeply.
Mayor Allowing, if I could suggest, so
Sure.
we do have the One Water plan coming to the SCAP committee on, we believe, September 19th. So that is the next step for that One Water plan that was strictly on Palo Alto would be, coming to a council committee. So I did want to mention that.
Okay, good. Thank you for that.
So then we could then potentially recommend that the council review it.
Mhm.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Okay, seeing no other comments from the dais, we can vote on this first issue.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal,
Yes.
Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lou.
Yes.
For the motion, for the record, the motion carries 601. Councilmember Stone absent.
Okay, now we'll move to wastewater collection rate protest count. There are 22,246 wastewater collection customers subject to the wastewater rate changes, meaning that 11,124 protests are needed to create a majority. I would now ask the city clerk to provide the number of written protests received against the proposed wastewater collection rates.
8 protests against wastewater rates have been received.
So that total number of protests received is not higher than 50% of the total wastewater customers subject to the rate increases. So since there's no majority protest on wastewater rates, we will consider the resolution now adopting a wastewater collection financial plan and those increases tonight. So back to the dais for questions, discussion, and action. I'm not seeing any additional questions. Director, you have anything to add? Okay. Then I would entertain a motion for approving this resolution.
So moved.
I'll second.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal,
Yes.
Mayor Lowing.
Yes.
Motion carries 601. Councilmember Stone absent.
Okay, so the council will now consider the financial plans and rates not subject to Prop 218 in item 22, namely adoption of resolutions adopting financial plans and fiscal year 2026 rates for gas, electric, fiber, and stormwater. The order of proceedings for this items is as follows. First, staff will make a presentation on the financial plans and proposed rates for gas, electric, fiber, and stormwater. Then public comment. Go ahead.
Thank you. But first, I'll talk about, as the slides are being loaded, I'll talk about the gas utility proposal, which is for a 5% overall gas rate increase, which is $3.70 per month for a median residential customer. The chart on the right shows some of the drivers for this. We're replenishing reserves. Our operating costs are increasing, and we are actually receiving a federal grant of $16.5 million, which is expected to fund some CIP work, including main replacement. One of the things I wanted to mention about the gas utility is that we discussed a cost of service study with the Finance Committee and with the Utilities Advisory Commission. And the recommendation from the Finance Committee is shown on the slide. The Finance Committee voted unanimously to recommend to Council 3 things: to retain the current 2025 rate structure, and to increase rates to meet the revenue requirement in 2026. Also to use a combination of non-rate revenue, namely interest income, and any remainder needed to use cap and trade auction revenues up to a total amount from those 2 sources of $1.1 million to provide a climate credit to G2 customers, commercial customers, small and medium, and also to refer staff to return to the Utilities Advisory Commission to further review the cost of service study. And staff intends to do that and try to complete the work by the end of 2025, this current year. Next slide, please. This slide shows the cost and revenue projections in the same format as for the water and wastewater utilities. And you can see the 5% proposal in 2026. Next slide, please. Okay, for the electric utility, the proposal is a 5.1 overall rate increase which is equivalent to $5 per month for the median residential customer. The electric utility is investing in grid modernization, also replenishing the reserves and meeting increased renewable portfolio standard requirements and longer-term transmission access charges. Again, just like the other utilities, we have made some refinements since we came to the Finance Committee in April, and those are listed on the slide. Next slide, please. This is the cost and revenue chart showing the 5.1% increase in 2026. Next slide, please. For the electric utility, this shows a variety of utilities, electric bills, and you can see, but I wanted to note that Palo Alto's electric residential bills are about half of PG&E, which is shown in the pink bar on the right. Next slide, please. Palo Alto's fiber rate proposal. Staff recommends the following rate change and rate range and service package for the new Palo Alto fiber broadband internet service. This will provide flexibility to structure rates for special promotions and service packages for competitiveness. Next slide, please. I think we've covered a lot of these items on what the city is doing to keep the cost down, but we wanted to provide this detail for your reference. Next slide, please. The city provides different resources to keep costs low for income qualifying and low income customers. We have both rate assistance programs and efficiency measures. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes our recommendations for the gas, electric, fiber, and also stormwater management. I didn't mention that yet, but for the stormwater management fee, there's an increase that we are requesting consistent with the CPI rate. Thank you. Be happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you for that report. We're now going to go to public comment.
Our first speaker is Herb B.
My comments are on the new fiber internet rates. Once the utilities in operation and there are customers of that utility, since the city decided on a system where the city would be internet service provider and it would be subject to Prop 218, just as the water rates and wastewater rates were for any changes. What staff is proposing now before their customers are flexible rates where you can offer incentives or different programs. The question is whether are any of those in some event are you essentially in advance changing rates of future customers down the road without them having that opportunity to decide whether they would want the rates if that decision was made for the first time then, rather than being included in the rate structure now. If that's an effect of it, that's a clever way of getting around the need for getting the ratepayers' approval as for property related service. It's not too late to go in one of two different directions. The first is where this is starting. The original idea from Magellan was to go where the costs were less expensive because of a higher density of customers, of residences and businesses, and also where there's a higher number that don't have internet. And here would you have gone just in the opposite direction in phase one, where the properties are further apart, so it's more expensive to build, and where there's a higher rate already of use. So if it fails, it's going to be those people who benefit by getting the fiber internet before the system ends. So maybe it's done there for who the particular people are. And what's going on with the incumbents is just the opposite of the rate structure incentives the city is talking about. Xfinity is offering a fixed rate for 5 years. I don't see how the city can compete with that. The other alternative, which I think is still better, is to not be an internet service provider and simply build the backbone out with the money and bonding capacity we have now.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Utsav G.
Good evening, members of the council. I'm Utsav Gupta, speaking in a personal capacity with fellow UAC Commissioner Chris Tucker. We are also speaking on behalf of a growing coalition of residents and environmentalists who signed our letter just today. We're confident the vast majority of Palo Altans, once informed, would have joined our letter. Thank you for your prudence in remanding the gas cost of service analysis for further review. However, we state our firm opposition to giving a gas rebate using green cap and trade funds. Let's be clear. This transfer is directly contrary to our city's climate goals. Using funds designated to fight climate change to instead subsidize the very fossil fuels driving the crisis betrays our community's trust. It sets a terrible precedent that undermines our city's climate advocacy. Please remand this entire issue to the Utilities Advisory Commission for a proper review. First, the UAC's initial recommendation was made under the duress of a looming gas rate hike that you have since correctly sent back for review. The entire basis for the UAC's recommendation is now gone. Compounding this, the UAC was not made aware of the city's own policies on using cap and trade funds, resolutions 9,487 and 10,077. These resolutions are unambiguous. They direct these funds to be used for greenhouse gas reduction projects like electrification and efficiency before ever considering rebates. The UAC would likely not have recommended this direct reversal of established city policy. Some have argued this rebate is needed to mitigate litigation risk. This argument is flawed. Because the rate change was never adopted, no one was harmed. A rebate could even look like an admission of guilt. More details on this are in our written comments. As an aside, if the council still chooses to proceed, the resolution's recitals are different than what is in the staff report and must be amended so that the gas utility interest portion and the cap and trade portion together totals 1.1 million, not in addition to one another. So please remand the use of cap and trade to the UAC so our city's values remain intact. Thank you for your service to our community.
Our next speaker is Hamilton H.
Thank you. I wanted to start by fully endorsing everything Utsav said and for thanking him for bringing this issue to our attention. That letter that he sent today was also signed by UAC Commissioner Chris Tuscher and Peter Dreckmeyer, former mayor of Palo Alto. I also want to thank staff for and the finance committee for agreeing to remand the COSA so that the UAC will have more time to study it, since it did include a pretty drastic shift in who pays what rates. You can tell the values of a city by how it spends its money. And what this proposal includes is taking 1.1 million that was earmarked for permanent greenhouse gas emission and instead giving it as a rebate to gas users. And I think that, that is directly contrary to all this effort and we've made to try and do something in our city about greenhouse gas. So I would ask that the council approve it minus the use of cap and trade funds for the rebate. Because of this reason, I guess I'll be one of the few no votes for this, but I think the other things that have already been done are a big step in the right direction. And I want to thank you all for spending the time hearing us out on this. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lynn C.
Good evening, City Council. I'm concerned about the rates in general affecting the small users in general, whereas very large users, the fee structure that Palo Alto uses, I think affects the small user, the condo dweller, as opposed to someone with an estate in Portola Valley area where you have to ship water, where electricity lines have to be installed to new houses out there. And I think that it was brought to my attention, I should say, by someone who is squeaking by, that even when she had to leave town and didn't use water, for example, or electricity or gas, she paid the fees throughout that period. And I do think that the fee structure should be such that the larger users pay a higher rate, and the farther you are from the facility that provides it, the rate should have for water, a pressure zone, for example, which Palo Alto used to have 4 pressure zones. In addition to the difference in the rates, there were, I think, 4 or 5 different rates for the water user. The electricity is the same sort of situation where some folks have been undergrounded when all of Palo Alto was going to be, residential Palo Alto was going to be undergrounded. Some folks got undergrounded, and then around underground District 42, City Council just quit, and that left South Palo Alto pretty much without undergrounding. And I do agree with Mr. Borak that I do think that the fiber is going to be the same situation. Some folks will get it, and then the rest of us will not. It will not be financially, it won't be a feasible financial investment. So I would like someone to compare other cities and how they assign rates. They're very different, and some of them have water tied to either sewer or to storm drain. I'm not sure which, but I do have friends in Santa Clara and they pay quite different rates than we do. So I would suggest that you start looking at how to make it more feasible for the small user who, thank you.
And that was our final speaker for action item 22 for the proposed rates for gas, electric, fiber, and stormwater.
Okay, so now we want to come back to council for questions, discussions, and action on the financial plans and proposed rates for gas, electric, fiber, or stormwater. Since the Finance Committee spent a lot of time on this, perhaps our chair would like to give us a overview on these rates and maybe some comments on this particular issue with rebates.
Yes, and maybe Director Curatori can fill in with some of the context that staff provided the commission. We basically were very concerned with the proposed cost of service analysis, and as the record shows, we recommended that we put aside the change in the billing structure based on the what was the proposed new COSA, and request that be reviewed by the UAC. We had to struggle with what were proposed very severe adjustments and increases to some ratepayers, which would have occurred under the proposed COSA. Under this proposal of retaining the existing one, we still had major impacts, and that led us to this dilemma on whether to use cap and trade dollars at all to help mitigate certain of those increases. We had real heartburn over it. And out of that, what we came up with was this proposal to use a combination of interest income and cap and trade dollars for that. I do note that Section 4 of the recitals is confusing as to whether the 1.1 million from cap and trade is additive to the interest rate income. My understanding is that it's written in that way that we'd use the interest rate income and then make up the balance of the 1.1 million with cap and trade. Can staff clarify that? And if so, we may want to slightly change that language to make it more clear.
Yes, that was staff's intent to include the interest income as non-rate revenue as the priority first, and then supplement that with available cap and trade, natural gas cap and trade funds. To the extent that is unclear in the recitals, council can make that a modification such that it is clear to the public as well.
And the approximate amount of income from the interests would be what? I think we didn't have a clear number at the time we discussed it. And maybe we don't now.
We don't have those projections. I believe at the last meeting, it was in the $200,000 range potentially. We are looking at that in terms of what interest income we will receive.
Okay.
But as earlier noted, we have depleted funds in the gas utility as well.
Okay, so I would just reiterate that the Finance Committee wasn't thrilled with this proposal either way, and so I'm open to a discussion from the council, certainly. And then I don't recall, and it may have been there, but the resolutions that were referred to that I think Mr. Tucker referred to in existing city resolutions regarding uses of the cap and trade funds, and what sounded to be restrictions on that. I don't recall that having been clear to the committee.
Yes, so let me respond to that. I believe it was Mr. Gupta who made those comments. So the cap and trade funds must follow CARB regulations first, and that is a standing not desire, but goal of the city. So that has been in all its policies. So as part of those policies, the preference was to use that for greenhouse gas reduction measures before rebates. That was in actually section 3 of that section. Staff did go back and take a look at that. As you may recall, this council, as part of SCAP, is also putting significant funds toward the use of greenhouse gas, natural gas, greenhouse gas funds for electrification to promote the city's longstanding sustainability and climate action goals. So there are significant funds available still to do actually both what the goals are for the city council on this SCAP, as well as this one-time rebate as we move forward and complete the study.
So do you have those resolutions available and can clarify for the council the language in them? If not, maybe we can loop back in a couple
Yeah,
of
we can
minutes.
definitely loop back on that so we can speak to them precisely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I would like to also comment on our discussion on the fiber project. The advantage that we, as our city staff has been pursuing, is to construct and implement this concurrently with our initial section for the grid modernization, and to be able to have the cost savings of doing those two things concurrently. One of the things that I brought up, and I don't recall whether my colleagues specifically support it, but we suggested that staff consider, is in that pilot phase, look at modeling 2 different pricing options on 2 different portions of that pilot phase. Because staff had said, well, we're experienced at how to price our costs as a public utility to ratepayers. But what's different here is we're no longer a monopoly and we're in a competitive market. And so my suggestion was that on one half of the pilot group, we might try what a lot of the telecoms have done, which is essentially a teaser rate for a discounted rate for early sign up, and see what our adoption level was, our uptake level is, because that's crucially important to the success of the fiber program. Is what uptake are we going to get? And if we don't get enough uptake, we have a problem with this program. So we really don't know what is the best approach. Subsequent to the Finance Committee meeting, I received an email from a constituent who suggested that we look at taking advantage of the fact that fiber has very little incremental cost increase as we go to faster speeds or higher bandwidth, and that we attempt to be the most competitive provider at the higher speeds. So if you look at slide 21, and maybe we can pull that up, at 1 gigabit per second, we're saying pricing up to $95. And I will say the up to is because staff, if I recall correctly, had said, well, we haven't settled on the exact pricing. This is the authorization that we want to seek. And then when it goes up in 2 increments to 5 gigabits per second, it goes to $265. So first, a question to staff: is it correct that our incremental cost increase from going from 1 GPS to 5 is nominal? Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, if the scale of going to additional customers is what it's going to be, especially in the pilot area. So if we wanted to scale and provide a different rate for that to get a higher level of associated customers, then those are the balancing act that we need to perform.
So the point being, where is fiber more competitive than the commercial providers? And it's at that real high speed. And we can offer lower cost at that speed and get people who are really interested in that bandwidth to say, well, geez, you know, I might or might not go with the city at 500 megabits or 1 gigabit. Did I say it earlier? Maybe. Or 1 gigabit. But at 5 gigabits or at 3 gigabits, geez, that's a great deal if we reduced our pricing there. So that's one thing I'm interested in. That's subsequent to the Finance Committee. Director, did you have any
comments? I did want to mention that as part of the discussion of the Finance Committee, these are symmetric speeds. So upload and download would be similar. We also, part of the competitive advantage for the city is that we have already, our multiple utilities already. So our customer service, our outreach, our personnel are already on-prem. We have a dark fiber system that we're already making investments on the backbone. So there's a lot of assets that we've already built into the system. I did want to clarify, and I am not Darren Nemota, who's our IT director, but the 2 gigabits per second and 5 gigabits per second, there's a different technology that you would use for that. So that's why there's a cost increase that they would see. So really a lot of the more common types of uses right now in terms of what's available to the public are really the 2 gigabits per second. When you get to that higher range, it's a lot of different equipment, more specialized equipment that the customer may not see a true value for on the residential side.
Okay. So I don't know what might be the right speed increases and price points with them, but the principle being, should we provide more competitive pricing where in higher speeds where our costs are lower and than the commercial providers, and we have the capacity to do that without an incremental cost increase. And I don't know what that breakdown would be, but because these prices are tentative, I would think we as a council could give direction without specifying pricing. Is that correct?
Yes, I did want to mention that these are up to pricing. So we definitely needed a schedule to move forward to start talking to the potential customers as part of the pilot area, which is around 800 to 900 potential customers. We're really looking for about a 30-something% kind of take rate for these customers initially to see if it's going to scale as we look to expand the system for economic viability. So I did want to mention that. And we're able, given this rate schedules, give some flexibility to start doing that outreach and marketing to our residents.
So,
and businesses.
Given that these are up $2, we could approve the up $2, but give guidance to staff to explore more competitive pricing on the faster speeds within their discretion there. But to do so, perhaps, in a way that breaks up the pilot, and we find out what is the uptake of adoption if we give one set of options or pricing versus another. And we just don't know how the market will respond. And if we only go out with one approach, we won't know if that was the best approach. So that's my point. I think that's all I have on this.
Just to get the full picture of that, Councilmember, this rebate of $1 million plus, what impact does that have on the rates?
Director, can you lay that out for us?
Let's give us 1 second to pull that up. Yes, the G2 customers.
And the related question, obviously, is I'm sure you consider other alternatives. So besides no rebate. So what were the other ones that you said this is better?
Well, one was to accept the COSA and the very severe impacts would be there. The other would be to not provide this mitigation on the cost increases and with some jeopardy that would accrue.
Yeah, I meant, were there any other sources of funds that you looked at instead of?
Not that staff suggested, and that's where we probed and they came up with the interest, and that was the only one that staff offered, as I recall.
Well, that's where UAC got stuck too. Because as I reported, I think last time or 2 times ago, we talked about budget, UAC did not find this a tasteful matter.
Yeah.
To be making this recommendation
So
for all the reasons that we totally understand.
We were hoping that the interest would be even more than it is, but it's a minority of that amount.
Sorry, staff is violently typing to try to get that answer, so apologize.
Maybe others.
Yeah, let's just
Do you want to
go
show
ahead
that?
with other.
Slide 29, if possible. Yeah. Do you have slide 29? No, you did not. Sorry.
Okay, let me just. I will show it. I just need to connect to the Zoom. One moment.
As Ms. Blair pulls that up, is there any other questions that were outstanding?
We call the next person, which is Vice Mayor Ficker.
Yeah, I was going to go back to gas though. So I don't know if you want to, I could stall while you get the fiber.
Why don't we go with Vice Mayor Vinker's questions and then we can circle back when it comes.
Okay, and they'll be briefer because because of the colloquy between Mr. Curtori and Councilmember Burt. So because you did clarify that the one-time use of up to 1.1 million is inclusive of both the interest income and the cap and trade, correct? Okay, so that was a threshold question I had. But I did want to get a little more into the numbers with respect to the G2 customer, and I appreciate that, council previously and finance this is a tough one with the COSA study and the impact on G2. So I appreciate the time that was spent trying to rework that and reduce by the interest income, the amount that would come from the cap and trade reserve. But I'm seeing, that's the gas stuff. So my question is that it's recommended to provide a one-time $820.17 from cap and trade and a $201.92 rebate. Or do I have that backward? No, yeah, from the interest income. And no, the first was for small. The 820 is for small and the $200 is for medium capacity rate holders. But my question is, for those G2 customers, like what percent of their median annual gas bill is that? Like how much relief is that? Is it?
That is a great question. Give me a moment, please. Your number is good. It's about 40%.
Of what?
Of the annual bill.
Okay, so the 820 for small and the 200 for medium would be a rebate of about 40%.
Sorry, I was answering the question for the small, the 820, the small G2. So let me just look for
See if
the
it's
medium.
comparable.
Yes.
Yeah, would you please? Wow. That's a bigger number than I was expecting. I'll be curious to see what the other one is.
So one of the reasons why the commercial multifamily master meters are such a reduction is because of the meter charge for the multifamily residential is higher. So that's one of the takeaways that we're bringing back to the UAC is what does that look like as we look at the parity and equity between residential customers. So the dollar amount looks quite large and on a percentage basis, but that's the refinement that we would want to go back based on the finance committee's direction to bring back to UAC at their next meeting in July.
So for the medium, it is a smaller number. It's about 2% of the annual bill. So really.
So 200 is 2% for the medium.
Yes.
But for the small, 800 is 40%.
Yes, because under the cost of service study, the small had a larger reduction in the bill because of the way that they had designed the groups based on the meter capacities and those very big differences in the meter capacities between the small and the medium and the large.
Okay.
So there's not as much of a difference for the medium under the cost of service results as there is for the small.
So for the medium, since it's only a 2% reduction that they'll get, what total dollars is it costing us to give this $200? I don't have a sense of how many medium capacity and how much they use per year.
In ballpark estimate numbers, about 180,000.
Okay.
Sorry.
And the other question was,
For just the one time.
when we're talking about the split between the cap and trade and the interest income and, and what should make up how much of the 1.1, I think you answered Councilmember Burt that, I mean, you don't have exact numbers, like exact projections, but it was about 200,000 would be interest. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the estimate so far.
So 80% of it would come from cap and trade, roughly.
Correct.
And do we have a projection of what percent of our cap and trade reserve we would spend on this? That probably 800,000 is. So how much is in our cap and trade reserve, I guess is the question.
Projected to be about 11.2 million at the end of 2025.
Okay, so there's 11.2 million and this would be about 800,000 out. Okay. All right, I think that's all the questions I have right now, and I'm over time, so I will stop. Thank you.
Councilmember Liu.
Unless there were further comments on this slide or on Councilmember Burt or Vice Mayor Vinker's questions, I can ask a couple of questions and
Go ahead.
comments. Okay.
You're still checking for the fiber number.
Okay. I think I am even more convinced that we should remand this particular rebate issue to the UAC. But I did want to ask a question. Did we consider alternate forms of rebates? So for example, if it's feasible to rebate 1.1 million in electrical costs for those businesses, it would be almost equivalent in the sense that they save X dollars on their bottom line, but it provides some more incentive for maybe the commercial customers that have already electrified or other sort of fringe benefits. And ultimately, it means we don't have to spend cap and trade dollars directly on gas. So has any discussion or any concepts like that played out?
I might have to defer that when it goes back to the Sustainability and Climate Action Committee. And Palo Alto has some of the most aggressive climate action goals, and our rebates and incentive programs are unmatched in the Bay Area. So it is one other item where that we can do some information to our customers on the ability to switch and do fuel switching over to electrify their homes or businesses. And then another touch point where we can talk about some of the benefits and values, where we can use some of this cap and trade money to switch them from natural gas to electrify their homes or businesses. We have a series of programs working with Department of Public Works and the SCAP group, and frankly, several staff members from our own utilities to really do that outreach to the customers to show them how that works, and then tie that back into electrification. So really meeting both of those goals as well. I do want to mention the use of these rebates for under the cap and trade are pretty much standard at investor-owned utilities, and returning some of those and a non-volumetric charge to the customers. So I did want to mention that. And we did do some research. Long Beach actually did a one-time credit as well, and part of their history. We can take a look at some of the uses of those funds from the other public-owned utilities. So I just want to mention that in context.
Councilmember Lou, I'd like to add, the staff needed to find funding outside of the rate revenues for these rebates. And the reason is California state law.
Right.
So Prop 26 does not allow, it's not lawful to use electric rate revenue to provide this rebate on the gas side.
What I'm saying is that the rebate could be provided from cap and trade dollars, but on electricity costs. So at the end of the day, especially when you're thinking about one-time relief, the business doesn't care whether they're getting $800 on an $800 credit on gas or electricity or water or any other utility. They just care that at the end of the year, they paid $800 less than they otherwise would have. And that's how they appreciate it. And that's how they think about their utility bills. At least in terms of like a one-time rebate that doesn't actually change the overall rates. So I think it would be more fair and also more desirable if we have the option to provide this cap and trade rebate against electricity costs. If that's an option, I'm curious if that has been explored. And that was the gist of my point.
So it is, as Councilmember Liu has stated, it is a unified bill. So to the extent that the council would want to consider, and I'll look to the city attorney, a one-time climate credit. However, it would not necessarily be tied to gas. It would just be tied to the bill. That is possible if the council would want to make that consideration. I think from a staff perspective, when we looked at some of the equity issues and the ability to use reserves from the natural gas cap and trade, that was our recommendation was to use those funds that were available.
Right. But I mean, to the extent that a business might be in a fully electrified building, I would love for them to also get some utility relief despite not having a gas connection. And I think this is the kind of thing that the UAC could consider on remand and delivers relief without literally subsidizing gas with cap and trade funds. So I think these kinds of discussions, along with the discussions that Councilmember Vinker discussed, could be on the table. I don't think we can decide this here, and I would be happy to remand.
Great, thank you. Those are good comments, and we can bring those discussions back to the UAC.
So do we get the final word on the impact, the total impact of this $1 million? Did we get the overall impact in terms of answering the Vice Mayor's question, what the impact is going to be? I just want to make sure you were done doing the research that, some of these folks are going to get 2% and some are going to get 40, and that's the answer to the question of what the impact of the 1.1 million is going to be.
That is the impact to the small and medium G2 customers, yes.
Are there other impacts?
No, there are no, I'm sorry.
We're basically trying to figure out if going through all these hoops is worth it for, quote, a mere $1 million, given the other problems with this whole approach.
So there are no other rate impacts to the other customers for the use of the 1.1 million from the natural gas cap and trade to the other gas ratepayers. These are restricted funds. The council can use these as non-volumetric credits. So the use of these funds will not impact other customers in terms of their rates.
Okay. And could we get another shot at that idea that this wouldn't have to be, this could be applied to the total bill as opposed to gas? That was a bit confusing to me. How could you take the rate that we're talking about and apply it to the bill and not still have it be just a sleight of hand way of rewarding gas users?
I do think you raise a valid point in terms of communicating the rationale for how it might be applied. And again, the history here has been related to the transition between the old COSA and the future. So ultimately, as has been described, I think it is a council discretion and decision as to how to frame the credit. But again, I do think it does raise some questions that may make it a little challenging to describe.
Yeah, and the new COSA is going to take about a year. Is that right?
The COSA, as we are defining it, we're going to bring it back at the first available meeting to the UAC. The intent is to have the COSA completed so we can implement it in January of 2026. So 6 months.
Okay. So I'm not sure that this has a big enough impact to go through what we're suggesting here and use these credits for just this amount of money that's going to be in place for 6 to 9 months. And if we just, instead of remand it, just say we don't want to do it this year. And if UAC wants to come up with some different ideas to help us with rates, that's great. But they've been doing that for the last year to come up with what we've got here. So,
for council to consider, it is possible, and I think it was mentioned previously, is we can, if the council makes that determination, if you want to hold back on that potential credit until the cost of service study is completed, and then we could bring that back for your consideration. However, we do want to kind of acknowledge and kind of hold harmless those customers and understanding that we are going to be completing that analysis such that they are fully aware that further action will be discussed and taken by council upon completion of that study.
Yeah, I think that's
for your consideration.
I think given that 6-month time frame, I think that's exactly how we should manage it. I think that's exactly the way to go. Which means at this point, this doesn't go into the budget and doesn't take the cap and trade dollars.
Correct. The council would consider doing the for lack of a better term, the flat rate increase across all customers, and then be directing staff to come back, complete the COSA, and bring back impacts and equity in terms of what that means in terms of those customers, and then some options for your consideration.
Right. Any other comment? If there are. Councilman Reckdahl, I think, was next. Sorry. Go ahead.
We should get guidance from the city attorney about, does this have any legal exposure? What's your opinion?
We have to give you that advice in another forum, and we've done so.
Councilman Burt, your lights on? Okay. Vice Mayor Vinker, is your lights on?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the small G2 customers that have the 40% impact, roughly how many is that? Like, do we have a number? I'm just curious how many people we're talking about.
Approximately 1,100.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Burt for a motion.
Yes, I would move the staff recommendations with a single, well, one modification under the gas resolution to delete section 4 and instead remand the issue of a one-time credit to the UAC to be considered at the time that they review the updated COSA.
Second.
And then second, under the fiber item, I would
should we do these in separate motions before you go to that?
We could.
Just seems a little cleaner. Staff have a preference? Okay, let's just do that one.
Just do the first one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions on that? Ready for votes? Go ahead, City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Vinker,
I'd like to see the motion. I know you've got a lot going on.
it'll take me one moment.
Okay. I want to make sure Councilmember Burke sees his motion.
Yeah, so for clarity, the intent here is that we're taking it off the table right now for the for our current FY 2026 budget. But we're also saying that when the COSA is ready, we are hearing approximately January, then UAC should come back to us with a proposal on how to do these rates, which could include rebates or not. That's up to them to come back with us. We still have the little screens on our monitors, but the big screen's good. Oh, we're all small screens over here. Sorry. I got the cheap seat here, council member. Oh, I see. So it was buried? No, that's the same size.
Yeah, I think if you get rid of that.
Oh, okay. All right, Councilmember Burt, that looks good. Okay, please take the vote.
And to confirm, Mayor Lowing, you seconded?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal,
Councilmember Rectal.
Yes.
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
No.
Motion carries 5.
Hold on, before you close the vote. I did not see that D was still in there. I thought that by F, we were removing.
You're correct.
Yeah, because I'm going to vote no unless we could amend this before we close the vote or how, whatever the
No,
process.
you don't need to. We'll correct.
Pardon me?
We'll correct it.
Yeah, D should have come out.
Okay, so you guys are going to take D out, then yes.
Should we vote?
We'll go ahead and take a revote.
May I just make a point of order? I think it is. I thought we should have some discussion after the motion was made. There wasn't an opportunity for us to respond to the motion if we weren't in agreement with it. I would like the opportunity to state my concern.
That's fine, but there was no light on, so I would have. Go ahead.
Oh, you're reminding me I'm supposed to push my little thingy here. Sorry
Yeah.
about that. Sorry. My concern is that we may face some potential litigation if we go this route. And this was in the Finance Committee, a compromise arrived at in order to try to avoid that. And that's why my vote is no.
Is that all? Okay, please retake the vote. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Burton. Thank you.
Bert, you said it?
Yeah.
I'll just say that I think that the narrow time frame in which this would be occurring before it goes to the UAC makes me okay with the motion.
Okay, let's please revote to make sure there's no errors.
Right, taking the revote. Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
No.
Councilmember Rekdal,
Yes.
Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker.
Yes.
For the record, motion carries 5-1-1. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, no, and Councilmember Stone absent.
Okay, thank you very much, staff, and also the Finance Committee for their work on this and all the way back to the UAC as well.
Since we took those motions separately, I believe we still have electric, fiber, and stormwater for the council's consideration.
Yep.
Mayor, did you want
Go
the
ahead.
fiber voted on separately or part of the electric and the stormwater?
We can try it all three together.
Okay. Then I will move the staff recommendations on fiber, electric, and stormwater with one amendment, which is to direct staff to evaluate one or more alternative pricing models, including I'll call it a teaser price. What do we call it? Is there a better term for that? Promotional price. Thank you. And consideration of a reduced pricing for higher speed categories.
Any second?
Second.
Okay. Any conversation on the motion?
I'll give you the same guidance that I gave in finance, is that, with pricing, you can fail two ways: by charging too much and not attracting customers, or charge too little, not make them enough. And we don't know for sure what the right answer is, but if we're going to fail, I'd rather fail by having too many people sign up and not make enough money on each of those. I think that's the more satisfying way of failing. So I would encourage you to keep the price as low as you can.
No other comments? Councilmember Lou?
I'll just make a brief comment as well while we wait for the motion to be typed up. I'll echo my previous point that I would love to see more tiers as a way to reduce rate increases for the average customer. And I would also love, though this is maybe more aspirational and challenges more assumptions built into the pricing model, that we treat multifamily as residential. So maybe there's another class of multifamily. As we saw on slide 29, there are, for gas, there's on average something like 15% less cost for residential single family for the against PG&E, but there was, I think, a 17% higher cost for this blended multifamily commercial against PG&E. And I'm not saying that multifamily customers should pay more or less, but I'm saying that the data should be disaggregated or more clear so that we can make intentional decisions about crediting small businesses or crediting residential as a whole without some of this extra complexity. Thank you.
If the maker and seconder could confirm that 2C is the appropriate placement for the addition.
I can't quite read the, there's oh, maybe I can, no, let's see. There, okay, I adjusted my screen, thanks. I think that's correct, thank you.
Okay, you can take the vote, please.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames?
Yes.
Councilmember Lou?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Mayor Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Motion carries 601. Councilmember Stone absent.
Okay, so we're completed with item number 22. And I think now we should go ahead and take our about 15-minute break and come back for the budget on item 23 and then go on to 24 from there. Mahia? Okay, welcome back to the council meeting. We're now moving on to agenda item number 23, which is the overall budget for the year and a lot of other goodies as well. So this is also going to be somewhat formal, and then we'll turn it over to staff for the presentations. This is the adoption of an ordinance adopting the budget for fiscal year 2026. It includes the following actions. Bear with me. Adoption of the fiscal year 26 operating and capital budgets, including the fiscal year city table of organization and the changes to the municipal fee schedule. Acceptance of the fiscal year 26 to 30 capital improvement plan. Adoption of a resolution determining the appropriations limit for fiscal year 26. Adopt a resolution to extend and amend the Development Services Reserve Fund policy. Receive a presentation on the status of vacancies and recruitment efforts consistent with Assembly Bill 2561. And then council can provide additional direction to staff on Finance Committee requested referral items. Due to the California Political Reform Act, review of the budget will be segmented into two parts so that Vice Mayor Vinker and City Manager Shikata can recuse themselves from certain Stanford-related elements of the budget outlined in attachment C. So we're going to do staff presentation of AB 2561 and any labor group presentations and council questions on that. Then we're going to do staff presentation of the FY 26 budget, a round of technical questions, Vice Mayor Vinker and City Manager Shikata recusal. Council's discussed and approved attachment C. Vice Mayor Vinker and City Manager Shikata rejoin, and council discussed and approved the remaining of the FY 26 budget items. So staff, proceed with your presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and councils, and members of the public. My name is Lauren Lai, Chief Financial Officer for the city. Tonight, we'll have two public hearings on two separate topics, as noted. First, the presentation by the Human Resources Department regarding vacancies in recruitment and retentions, and then followed by a hearing on the adoption of the fiscal 26 budget. Before I turn it over to Sandra Blanche, Director of Human Resources, I'd like to first give gratitude and thanks to the council and the Finance Committee for a lot of effort, deliberation, and workshopping for us in the last 2 months. And as noted earlier in the comments by council, this budget is a very cautious budget. And we are very thoughtful about the uncertainty that we are facing and continue to face. And we will go through the specifics tonight as we look towards adopting tonight. This budget for the city is also predicated on $6 million of additional savings, and we will be bringing that back to council in August and also in September. So with that, I'd like to give thanks to staff and all the department that worked really hard on developing this thoughtful budget, and also to the OMB team who are helping and supporting us virtually. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sandra Blanche.
Good evening, Mayor Lowing and council members. I'm Sandra Blanche, Human Resources Director. I'm here this evening to speak on the workforce vacancies. This is to be in compliance with AB 2561. This is new legislation that was adopted in 2024. This was a result of statewide concern regarding vacancies throughout public agencies. The legislation requires a public hearing once per fiscal year and needs to report on current vacancies, recruitment and retention efforts. If a bargaining group has a vacancy rate over 20%, then we must present on the barriers to hiring and speak to any process improvements. This public hearing is required to be held prior to budget adoption. And in addition, we need to invite our labor groups for their opportunity to present and make public comments. I'd like to introduce Assistant HR Director Nick Raish, and he's going to present the vacancy data.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Lowing, Vice Mayor Vinker, honorable council members, Nick Raish, Assistant Director of Human Resources. It is always a pleasure to be with you all. Thank you, Sandra, for that great overview of our obligations and the purpose of our presentation this evening. As of May of 2025, as you see on the chart before you and in your memo, the city has a citywide vacancy rate of 11%. This is a significant improvement from our post-pandemic peak of a 17% vacancy rate that was due to the ever-shifting labor market we saw in the aftermath of the pandemic. This progress reflects the city's intentional and strategic approach to addressing workforce challenges. As part of tonight's update and in alignment with AB 2561, we are pleased to report that the city remains well below the 20% threshold outlined in the legislation. This success is due to the leadership of the city manager's office, council, and our department leadership, who embraced a set of strategic initiatives that we will outline in the following slide. Mahia, that was excellent timing. Thank you so much. Beginning in 2022, the city undertook a comprehensive review of its recruitment efforts and data related to recruiting practices. This resulted in the development of a tailored, unique, and specific recruitment strategic plan, which was brought to and presented to the council in 2024. These efforts have positioned the city exceptionally well in a highly dynamic talent marketplace. Importantly, our vacancy reduction work has been supported by several key initiatives, including our positive work environment efforts, the Workforce Career Advancement and Continuity Planning Program, which builds internal pipelines for promotion and retention, and labor strategies that are data-informed, collaborative, and seek to meet both our operational needs and employee needs. These complementary strategies underscore our commitment to not only recruiting top talent, but retaining and developing our existing workforce. We appreciate the time before council today, and I'll pass it back to Sandra. Thank you.
This concludes our presentation. We now invite any labor partners who are present to come forward to speak, and they will have up to 10 minutes to present. And then this will follow, we'll be available to respond to any questions.
How many are there in total?
One labor group that has requested to speak.
Okay.
SEIU, I'm Sarah. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Sarah Temple, and I serve as a customer service representative and the chapter chair for SEIU. I've worked for the city of Palo Alto since April 2020. I'm here today to share some of the challenges our workforce is facing in the hopes of fostering growth and ensuring that Palo Alto's residents continue to receive the high quality service they deserve. Thank you. SEIU is the largest employee group in the city, representing 55% of all city workers. You'll find our members working behind the scenes and on the front lines. Our members are electricians, utility operators, planners, engineers, park rangers, dispatchers, maintenance workers, customer service representatives, and labor workers, and more. When a resident calls with a utility issue, it's our members who respond first. When a community event takes place, we are there ensuring things run smoothly. Our members are spread across departments like utilities and water quality, public works, planning, library and community services, transportation, and administrative services. We take great pride in the work we do to support Palo Alto. Next slide. While Palo Alto is a great place to work, we also want to be honest. Your employees, my union brothers and sisters, are stretched thin. Nick, you're correct. You guys have made some improvements, and we thank you for that. But vacancy rates are highest in the utilities, public works, planning, and community development. While city leadership has made significant efforts to address recruitment and retention, the impacts on current staff are real and growing. In many cases, employees such as building inspectors are doing the work of 2 or more people. When vacancies happen, whether in entry-level roles or other departments, it creates a ripple effect that increases the workload on remaining staff. Things have gotten so bad for our park rangers, they have been put on a vacation freeze since May, and it's going to last for 5 months, they were told. Our utilities employees work very long hours to manage the workload. This workload balance leads to burnout and turnover, a cycle that is difficult to break. Next slide. One of the key indications of this challenge is that 26% of our vacant positions have been vacant for more than 1 year. 37% of all vacancies are in utilities, many in utilities electric operations, public works, water quality, utilities, water, gas, and wastewater operations, planning, and inspection. When positions are vacant for such a long time, this has a long-time burnout issue for employees in these departments. Next slide, please. Turnover is another major pressure point. The average tenure of Palo Alto employees is only 4 years, compared to Redwood City, where their average tenure is 8 years. Filling vacancies is necessary and crucial. It is also necessary and crucial to retain the new employees we hire. This is an area where we believe Palo Alto can improve, but you have started the improvement. Next slide. Employees leave for a variety of reasons. The 3 most common reasons that we see as the union, as we receive feedback, is 1, lack of promotional opportunities, difficult working conditions, and burnout. Slide 7. We also want to give the city credit. The city has already taken some steps to recruit and to retain employees. Compensation is at 75% market rate compared to other peninsula cities for compensation, and that's a step in the right direction. Incentivizing certifications and education also can help keep employees with the city. Lastly, we want to express satisfaction with the prevalence of 980s and even more maintained hybrid work for some employees, because this has increased or improved their work-life balance. Next slide. Thank you. Vacancy and turnover doesn't just affect employees, they impact the entire city. We lose institutional knowledge when we lose institutional knowledge when seasoned employees leave. Our production slows down until new employees come up to speed. It costs more to recruit and train a new employee than it does to retain someone experienced, especially in technical roles that require certification or years of specialized training. And while contractors can help in the short term, they often lack the long-term commitment in context of a city. Of a city employee. Plus, their rates may be significantly higher and fluctuate with the market. Next slide. Thank you. According to the city's annual comprehensive financial report, the city's general fund increased by over 73% over the past 5 years, and the enterprise fund increased by 13% over the past 5 years. The general fund and the enterprise fund are both extremely healthy. We hope that the city uses its financial strength to boost the strength of its workforce. Ultimately, we have a few simple acts to keep our vacancy rate down. We want the city to fill the existing vacant positions. We do not want the city to implement things like hiring freezes or vacation freezes. These are not good for employees or the service we provide. We also want to see these vacancies we also want to see these vacancies filled in a timely manner, not to stay open for 1 year or more. We also support creating clear pathways to permanency for hourly employees, develop people from within, and more opportunities for current staff to upskill into higher level roles. When it comes to hiring, expediting job positions for severely short-staffed roles or on-call positions will help reduce pressure on existing staff. In closing, I appreciate the opportunity tonight to present to City Council perspectives from the union, from my union brothers and sisters in the workplace. We know Palo Alto has always aimed to be a leader in public service, and with a few strategic adjustments, as previously mentioned, I strongly believe the city can attract and retain the talented workforce needed to make that vision a reality. The union is ready and eager to partner with you and to make it happen. Thank you for your time and for your continued support of city employees.
Thank you. That was very helpful. Thank you very much. So that concludes the hearing on AB 2561. And now staff can move along with the budget presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Paul Harper with the Office of Management and Budget. Next 2 slides, please. Thank you. So tonight we are meeting, this is culminating many months of work, as has been previously said, to develop the 2026 budget and all of the accompanying documents. I would also just like to first say thank you to the Finance Committee and the Council for their work during the process, as well as department staff and the Office of Management and Budget staff that has been working behind the scenes throughout this process to bring this information forward. Tonight we will review several items, mainly highlighting the changes from the proposed budget that have been reviewed and recommended to be part of the 2026 adopted budget. These include summary of Finance Committee deliberations, review of balancing actions for fiscal year 2026 and planning for fiscal year 2027, referrals for staff in fiscal year 26 to return to Finance Committee, and approval of the municipal fees for 2026, the nonprofit work plan phase 1 awards, appropriation limits for fiscal year 2026, and extending the Development Services Reserve Fund policy. Next slide. So this slide should look familiar. It's the calendar of the various touch points we've had with Finance Committee and Council, as well as the review of the nonprofit work plan phase 1 with the Policy and Services Committee. Just to note, we are here on June 16th to adopt the budget tonight. Next slide. So first, we're going to look at the budget at a high level, both from funding and authorized staffing perspective. The table at the top of this slide shows the general fund revenues and expenses with actuals for fiscal year 2023 and 2024, and adopted budget amounts for fiscal year 25 and 26. As you can see in fiscal year 26, the revenues will be around 302 million, with the expenses around 313. I will note that expense number does include the restoration of $6 million in the uncertainty reserve. The next part of this table shows the authorized staffing levels in the general fund. That's the first row. So we are increasing to 614 full-time staff in fiscal year 2026 in the general fund, and 1,110 full-time staff across the city in all funds. The citywide operating budget totals $1 billion. This does include the capital and operating budgets. The capital budget portion of the operating budget is about $313 million in fiscal year 2026, and the 5-year capital plan is over $1.1 billion. The general fund reserves that we have been discussing throughout this process, both the budget stabilization reserve or BSR and the uncertainty reserve, are shown here with projections for the BSR to be about $54 million in 2026. That is 17.6% of expenses. This reserve is a longer term reserve that is used as the ending fund balance of the general fund. It is recommended to be between 15 and 20% with a target of 18.5%. The uncertainty reserve is more of a short-term reserve. That reserve has been recommended to be increased back up to $6 million to be used for future budget planning. And lastly, the staffing levels, we are increasing 18 full-time positions across the city, and 11 of those positions are in the general fund. Next slide. So for these next two slides, we're going to be looking at the recommended balancing actions for the general fund in fiscal year 2026 and planning for fiscal year 27. On this slide, we're looking at the sources or revenues. And just to note on both this slide and the next slide, positive numbers represent revenues or savings, while negative numbers represent expenses or costs. So the left column is the fiscal year 2026 items. It starts with a balanced budget at the top, as was recommended in the proposed budget. Additional revenue of $900,000 is recommended from various items such as paramedic transport fees, a new first responder fee, and rental reservation fees for CSD related activities. The right column shows current estimates for fiscal year 2027, beginning with a deficit of 9.6 million, as was previously estimated. This is offset by $5 million in revenues or sources, including the revenues from fiscal year 2026, as well as use of $4 million from the uncertainty reserve. Next slide. So on this slide, we're looking at the uses or expenses in the general fund. Again, the left-hand column is fiscal year 2026. And the items in this column include restoring the uncertainty reserve to $6 million, adding funding and positions to start a single role ambulance model in the fire department, increasing funding for the nonprofit work plan phase 1. This item will be discussed more in depth on a later slide. Adding funding for the community grants events program and community services department, and adding funding for the youth connectedness initiative in community services as well. These increases in funding are offset by placeholder items to generate savings of $6 million in fiscal year 2026 and at least $2 million ongoing as recommended by the Finance Committee. In this table, 3.2 million of the 6 is reduction coming from capital project deferrals, and 2.7 is coming from a reduction in general fund operating expenses. Staff will return to the Finance Committee with specific recommendations to generate the savings in these placeholder items in August. The right column again shows current estimates for fiscal year 2027, including the expenses and placeholders continuing from fiscal year 2026. As noted, if $4 million of the uncertainty reserve is used to offset fiscal year 27, the deficit for fiscal year 27 is estimated at $4 million. At the bottom of this table, again, we're looking at the BSR and the uncertainty reserve balances. The uncertainty reserve has $6 million in fiscal year 26 and $2 million in fiscal year 27. Again, if $4 million is used towards balancing the 27 deficit. The BSR remains at $54 million, which is 17.6% of expenses in 26 and 17% of expenses in 27. As part of deliberations, the Finance Committee made other recommendations regarding these two reserves that we will discuss on the next slide. So the Finance Committee discussed the purpose of the two reserves and if they are still necessary. They also discussed the need to increase reserve levels for potential uncertainty moving forward. As a result of these discussions, several recommendations were made, including combining the reserves in 2027, getting the BSR back to the 18.5% level, or getting it to 60 million in 2027, and reducing the ongoing budget deficit. The placeholder items, as we discussed before, will be returning to Finance Committee in August, on August 19th, to clarify where the reductions are recommended to get to the $6 million of savings in 26 and at least $2 million ongoing. After the Finance Committee will go to Council for review and approval in September. I will now turn it over to Chief Financial Officer Lauren Lai to continue the presentation.
Thank you. Other items in your packet relate to the capital funding or the capital budget, the table of organization, which is really the positions, and then also municipal fees, which is an important exercise. So in the packet, you'll see capital funding. There's an exercise that we do throughout the year called reappropriating budget. So we'll do that. It's represented in detail in the exhibit. There's some minor changes that have been presented previously for specific projects. In the table of organization, importantly here is the change in the head count. Community and Council and Finance Committee are advancing investments in the fire paramedics, specifically activating the fire single role ambulance model with a 12-hour peak ambulance with implementation and a plan to activate in April of 2026. So we'll move forward with the implementation. There's work plans, there's developing the program and bringing on administrative staff, but we're hoping to stand up that paramedic unit by April of 2026. That does add 6 positions, and then also 5 hourly paramedics for backfill. We have a change in classification as supported by the item that was approved on consent previously. And so that's the transportation engineering position. And we're adding that and then also eliminating the senior engineer position. So that's an add delete. As it relates to municipal fees, Finance Committee reviewed a variety of municipal fees for Planning Department, a lot of the other departments through 2 cost studies, and then also the annual GRI process. So annually, we bring this before you to adopt these to be effective for fiscal 26. I do want to note that the ordinance includes a exhibit with a report that is not final. There's a clerical error in there. So when we route the ordinance for final signature, it'll reflect the correct report. So that's administrative. 2 items as well in this ordinance relates to the rental registry program. We will be starting the rental registry and there is a related fee. Staff feels from a policy perspective, there are 2 categories that should be exempt to foster, just our housing policy. And so those are reflected in the document for your review and approval. Those exemptions would then be funded through Measure K. Last but not least, the Planning Development Service Reserve Fund Policy. This policy has been in effect since 2017. It is set to expire in the end of this fiscal year. The recommendation is to extend it through 2034 to align it with our next anticipated cost of service study for PDS. Again, this is a policy and a fee that's already in place since 2017. With that, next slide, please. This is new material for the council to review in depth. The nonprofit partnership work plan phase 1 went to the Policies and Services Committee first on May 28th, I believe that was, and most recently on June 4th. So what you see there in small font, that table of 22 organizations represents the recommendation by PNS, the Policy and Services Committee, totaling $426,646. That is $30,646 above the budget. And so we want to acknowledge that if council wishes to advance this, which is staff's recommendation, we may seek the funding to bridge that 30,000 from 3 proposed area. Council contingency, which has an annual funding of 125,000. Just to note, this year we've spent 10,000 of that, so there's capacity generally there. In addition, council may choose to direct us to take it out of some of the reserves, uncertainty reserve, budget stabilization reserve, or another option is to direct staff to just tack that on to the $6 million exercise and come back with another 30. So those are a couple of items to think about and give us some direction for. Also recognizing that this is the first time council is receiving this information, I invite the PNS committee members and chair maybe at the end of my presentation to add some more definition to this. And also to note in the packet, the memo includes a lot more detail, but we wanted to create an opportunity to summarize this and allow the committee to speak more to it. Again, given the rigor of tonight's different moving parts, I invite that to happen following my presentation if possible. Okay, moving on to the next slide. Other items, we generally have referrals for council to consider this year coming out of Finance Committee workshops. We have 2. They both relate to cost recovery policies and fees. One is to update our cost recovery policy to specifically have a new category stipulating a 100% cost recovery category. Secondly is to do a review of our current fee by category and determine if we want to update those cost recovery categories. The bands are low, medium, high, and possibly this new one, which is 100%. We want to share this because this will be staff follow-up item. Now would be a good time to provide any feedback and also determine if there is consensus for staff to be working on this in this upcoming year and bringing this back to Finance Committee. Those are the two that came out of the budget deliberation. Next slide, please. So this is the draft motion. This is based on the supplemental memo A, and because it includes the extension of the Development Services Reserve Fund. So I'll read through it. In addition, based on the utility rate item just before this item, we would want to amend one of the adjustments. So tonight, I invite the motion maker to potentially make this motion, which is to adopt the budget ordinance to include the operating budget, the capital budget, approving the table of organization, the municipal fees. In addition, accept the 5-year capital improvement plan, adopt a resolution determining the appropriation limit, which is commonly known as the GAN, receive the information in accordance with AB 2561, approve the nonprofit work plan phase 1 awards, and adopt a resolution to extend and amend the DSRF policy resolution. In addition, we would be deleting one of the amendments related to the gas budget, which is the $1.1 million climate credit, and any additional direction you have related nonprofit or otherwise tonight. We will help council. We will be supplying the city clerk with the motion, and we could put that up on the screen when we're ready for that part of the deliberation. Next slide, please. So to aid us in the process, this is where we are, which is step 4. Again, invite the P&S committee members to potentially add a little more color to the nonprofit conversation. Then we will go to first round of technical questions by the city council, excluding attachment C. As you may recall, attachment C relates to the Stanford related items. Then we will move towards public comments. This is where any members of the public will be speaking tonight and only here at this junction. Then we will have the recusal of members of the council and also city staff related to attachment C. We will discuss attachment C. We will then come back as a full council and all of us, and then have the balance of the discussion with council and approve the budget item. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
That was great. You made that sound real easy. So we'll just jump right in. So let's see. Now is this situation where we go to any technical questions to the staff presentation?
Yes, and P&S comments on nonprofits, since this is the first time.
Yeah, why don't we do that? Should we do that in that order? Get a few technical questions if there are any. And when you say technical, you don't want questions about where's this or where's that, or do you want to constrain the request in any way?
No, I think one round of technical question, and I think we leave it to the council. Just keep in mind at the end, we will have an opportunity for council fuller discussions. So just taking that into consideration, this is not the only opportunity for council.
Okay. Are there any of those technical questions that people would like to raise? Councilmember Liu?
I have one question about the status of vacancies, and this relates to public comment, so I just wanted to ask before public comment. So how are we handling vacancies in this interim period? It's such that I understand in August and September, we will come back and reevaluate whether some vacancies should actually be closed. Over the next several months, is recruiting and hiring for those vacancies going to proceed as normal? Are there any vacancies that are sort of de facto deprioritized or discouraged from being filled in the meanwhile?
Well, the bottom line is yes, that there are some vacancies that are being pursued on a continuous basis and others that are slowing down pending the decisions that the council will be discussing in August and September. In general, we are continuing with no slowdown in most, and certainly public safety and most utilities areas, but not true in general fund positions. Those are being reviewed on a case-by-case basis and proceeding to the extent that we see a clear necessity and time sensitivity to moving forward.
I think council would appreciate, and I mean, certainly we'll have an update in August and September about those specific vacancies. But a public commenter did emphasize Safe Routes to School has a vacancy, and there is an advantage to actually pursuing and fulfilling that before August. Do you know if that vacancy is sort of de facto frozen for now?
We are looking at that individually. Quite frankly, not ready to describe that in specificity, but we are conscious of both the timing as well as, again, in the context of reductions that we're going to need to bring forward for your consideration.
Okay. Yeah, I certainly would appreciate any opportunity to give quick steers as a council, if possible, though I realize we have very little time until we adjourn for July. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Baker.
Yeah, just one question at this point. So on slide 13, where it talks about the CSD grants, community events programs, could you just remind me what that is? I went through the staff report. I'm sure it's in there, but I couldn't find it.
Sure. This is the program that CSD would administer, where we would be doing community grants under or up to $5,000 for a total value of $50,000 for the whole year. And it would be a new program.
Yes. So just to confirm, it is a part of the recommended budget in front of you. This is, again, the extension of the Know Your Neighbors grant program, where an event may be larger than your typical block party, community-wide, ideally. And CSD is putting together a program to be able to administer that.
I thought it might be the Know Your Neighbors Part 2 or 2.0 type thing. So thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. I think there was one question at the Finance Committee that staff didn't have the information at the time, and it relates to what Councilmember Liu was talking about on the broader vacancy issue, and that was the comparison of how many members we have to our workforce today versus previously. And that's not the authorized positions, that's actually the filled positions. And then a second point of reference was just identifying how many positions we had outsourced in kind of the really from, I think, 2010 through about 2014 or so. We did a series of outsourcing. So we could also just at a conceptual level compare those. It's not that those numbers would determine our thinking, but they're valuable points of reference. So was staff able to determine that?
I believe we'll be bringing that back on August 19th.
Okay. Would have been helpful here. I mean, we've had a while. All right, thank you.
I had a couple items. It looked like there's 11 new FTEs in general fund, and about 7 of them end up with the fire and ambulance when you look at those partials. So it's only 4 total in the general fund, which isn't many, yet it is an increase. So I guess you just felt that those 4 were critical. But so it's not a major point. I'm just wondering at this point, as opposed to maybe in August why you decided to put them in now. That's all.
Are you referring to the adjustments from proposed to adopted or
The net FTE that you're proposing in the general fund is plus 11 employees.
Correct.
And that could look high to the public. It's not, because we're trying to fix the fire and AMBO situation, which is taking up 7 of them. So there's only 4.
It's probably more than 7. We've got the 3 captains plus the 6 that we're adding tonight. So that's 9.
Okay.
3 captains plus the 6 for a single role is 9. So we leave a balance of 2 in other departments. So
Good.
9 of the 11 relate to fire department.
That's exactly where I was trying to get in terms of, understanding that from the public point of view. Earlier in the comments from council, a couple of us raised issues of putting in what I called plug numbers, since you don't know how to spend it yet, but you probably are going to need it for things like improving the service of our 310 phone number, which drastically needs improvement. So I don't know if you did that or decided not to. Can you just address that one? And there was also mental health, I think, from Councilmember Stone.
We did not put in placeholder for additional appropriations to be determined. I think in light of the endeavor to focus on budget reductions. Should council decide there are certain priorities that we want to appropriate, now would be a good time. However, we did not do that. As it relates to mental health, in the memo, there is a table. It was previously reviewed and discussed and presented to Finance Committee. It is also available in the memo itself that highlights the direct funding to organizations that support mental health. And then also we have indirect support through our HIS rep and other city programs itself. So yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's all for me. Anyone else? Councilor Elizabeth Ames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Lai. You complimented and thanked all of us, and we want to return the gratitude. It's a Herculean task to do this work, and appreciate you and your whole team, and you as well, Ms. Blanche. With respect to what was just asked, we were told at the May 20th meeting of Finance, we have funding within CMO and CSD for JED. We have not heard anything about that since. And I just want to be sure that I heard that accurately and that we are indeed making that appropriation.
Yes, there have been no changes since our last discussion. As it relates to the JED Foundation, there's a follow-up meeting being scheduled with the city school liaison representatives from the city council with the JED Foundation to refine the scope of services and associated fees that would be required. And we do anticipate within the community services as well as CMO budgets that we'll be able to accommodate that.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to, oops, I got to turn the page on my script. I'm going to go to the public. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so thank you, staff, for inviting a little more comment on the PNS recommendations of nonprofit awards. I will say that being part of that process was the best, but the hardest council assignment that there is. I really want to thank staff for hanging in there through the multiple meetings. I think there were 3 different PNS meetings for this. We had a meeting at council, and our last PNS meeting went until almost 1 o'clock in the morning. So thank you for all the support. I also want to thank our amazing nonprofit community. I learned so much from you and was truly, truly inspired by you. I mean, hearing about all the incredible good works and what you do in our community was amazing. And to be able to have the chance to read your applications, hear your thoughts, ask you questions, really get that deep sense was tremendous. And I do think that relationships have been built, awareness has increased, and the process, that part of our process was a success in and of itself. But it was also a challenging charter, and I want to thank everyone involved for their patience in getting through it in this first year as we're sort of sorting it out as we go. As I mentioned several times during the meetings, this was not intended to be a new grant program. It was instead intended to be a way to make uniform, transparent, and predictable the process that we use for awarding funds to our nonprofit partners. But as it is named, this is phase one of that process. And we learned a lot about areas where we could improve the process next year, where we hit some bumps in the road, where we really do need to make some changes. And there are things such as, I'm not sure there was a meeting of the minds amongst members of council and staff as to exactly which nonprofits would be included in the process. That's something we need to get super clear on for next year. And there are various other things that we've been keeping track of as we have gone through this process. That way it should be easier on the nonprofits, staff, and council members in phase two. So we did identify additional information and policy choices. That's not tonight's topic, so I'm not going to go into that, but we do look forward to getting your feedback after this process, chewing it over, coming back to council, getting council's thoughts, and getting everybody aligned on how to improve after our pilot here. So because of that, I asked at our last PNS meeting for all of us to give each other a little grace as we go through this and figure out how to reward the wonderful people that are doing good works in our city. So for this year, in short, we took the finance target number that they had to set without having the benefit of the applications. And instead of trying to set a new number, we tried to get there. And we got pretty close. So we analyzed 22 applications, and so actually, Madam Clerk, could you put up the list I gave you to just make it a little clearer, perhaps then, and to focus in on what I think is the key parts of this. I have a little document that's much like that slide, but maybe set it out a little more clearly. So as you can see there, that's in alphabetical order. The 22 organizations for which we read detailed applications, to whom we talked and asked questions. And you can see in the first column, the request or ask of the committee. And I don't know if you have paper versions to give to people, but so maybe we could.
Can you just leave that slide up?
Oh, okay. So I think the clerk is going to hand out paper versions to council, and then we'll get it back on the screen larger so people can see it. It's the same information as is in the staff report. It's primarily columns 1 and 3 with a couple annotations. And so I can just qualitatively talk about it. So as I said, we analyzed 22 applications, and we arrived at unanimous recommendations on 17 of them. And you can see that in the middle column, it says award. And in 5 instances, we had a majority of 2, and there was one council member who had a different alternate amount that member recommended. So we wanted to be fully transparent and let you know what that alternate amount was. So we got down to this $30,000, within $30,000 of the target that was set. And we tried to get closer, and we tried, and we couldn't quite get there. And we decided, it was pointed out to us that there was the council contingency fund, and that perhaps the full council might want to allocate a different number. And so we decided, instead of working it the rest of the way, that we would bring this recommendation to council and let council decide what it wants to do with respect to the $426,000 recommendation that you see in front of you. So I just do want to mention that we did ask things like, why is your project distinct and not redundant? We looked at whether there were other nonprofits serving the same constituent group. We looked at if we couldn't fully fund something, is there a partial funding that might make sense? Are there any matching funds dependent upon that dollars? So we tried to look at that, and we definitely looked at the history of city funding to each organization. Going forward, there's a lot of other things we might look at. I've got a little list here. I'll hold on that right now, but that is where we are. So we came in pretty close to alignment with the recommendations. And so this is how we would like to give money to some of the wonderful people doing wonderful services for Palo Altans. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say thanks to P&S. That was very intense work in a very short period of time on a complicated and new issue that's only at the phase 1 stage. So it's very time compressed. And the same thanks goes to staff because they had that same sort of, hate to use the word these days, but fire drill that you had to do to get there, given our deadlines and given the nonprofit deadlines and the existing understanding of when we'd be able to make some decisions on this. So, this obviously started just thinking a year ago in the finance committee. We just need to rethink this. And I feel like we made really good progress on rethinking it, but just want to comment on the numbers tonight because tonight's the budget and that's what we're substantially talking about here, not the process, which could be reviewed next year with a postmortem. But they chose not to come up with a new number, which could have been the case, but they didn't. They took the finance number and then, as was 100% predictable, there was many more requests in terms of dollars than we could fund. That's always going to be the case. So inevitably, we're going to have to cut, no matter what the number is, we're going to have to cut requests, which they did. All the groups that were initially done by finance were also funded to some extent in their own recommendations. And obviously, with only a $30,000 overage at this point, that's incredibly small compared to, if you want to, whatever you want to call it, balance the books or whatever. And as staff said in their presentation, there's a variety of ways in which we can do that. So I just think it's a really good first step. There's a lot of stuff we can do in phase 2, but for tonight, I hope we can work expeditiously on the numbers that are here and get to a conclusion so we can incorporate this into the budget. So we can open up questions on that, but let's go to public first.
We have 10 requests to speak, Mayor. 3 minutes.
Can we do 2.5?
Sure.
Pardon?
Yeah, yes, we can.
There's no number 1.
Our first speaker is Rika Y.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good evening, council members. I'm Rika Yamamoto, the president of Palo Alto Special Education PTA. Our PTA truly appreciate the process for this grant. Our social skill program align with the council priorities, particularly wellness and belonging, by building social competence and peer connection for youth with a disability, help closing engagement gap in after-school program experienced by them. As a model of the city and special education PTA collaboration, we highlight the City of Belmont's Voice Initiative, which partner with the local special education PTA to sponsor our social skill building program with the city. We are receiving mentorship from the programs and their model guide our vision for creating a similar city and special education PTA partnership in Palo Alto. We aim to offer our program to build a more vibrant Palo Alto for all. Thank you again for your consideration. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jasmina B.
Good evening, council members. For the record, my name is Yasmina Boij. I'm the founder and director of UNAF, United Nations Association Film Festival, that we have here in our community for the last 28 years. This is not an entertainment project. This is not an arts project. It's actually education and knowledge about the time we live in. We are living in a very difficult political situation, and what we are presenting in our community, not only during the 11 days in the festival, but also year round, is truly the way of building a right moment for understanding the democracy and giving a chance to our Palo Altans to be involved. So I'm speaking in the name of our Palo Altans to really give us a chance to continue with this work. They raised the question about cutting the budget for our project and not allowing us to continue with this year-round program without this part of the budget, which was cut. So just to tell you briefly that recently we had a presentation about fires, and this is something that we are going to might experience in our city as well. Mega Fires film is going to be presented not only once, but 3 times on the request of our community in Palo Alto. Also on this Thursday, we are presenting on Juneteenth a documentary about Harry Belafonte and with a prominent speaker, professor from Stanford, Clayburgh Carson, who is a legend. And this presentation is going to be in Channing House for our senior citizens and is going to be open to the public. So you can see the amount of knowledge in this critical moment of our democracy that we are giving to our community. So please do reconsider cutting the budget and following the steps of Washington, cutting the budget for the public broadcasting and National Endowment for the Arts. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cheryl M., followed by Sarah B.
Hello, council members and city officials. I'm Cheryl Marymount, and I am the CEO and founder of Musical Memories Foundation. And I just wanted to express my deepest gratitude for giving us the opportunity to bring our programs to Palo Alto. It is my pure joy to bring these programs to Palo Alto, and I just wanted to express my gratitude. So thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Sarah B., followed by Nicole C.W.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Burgess. I'm president of Neighbors Abroad. We're grateful to have received a recommendation for funding through the Policy and Services Committee, but I have to speak to the faults in the plan as it is in phase 1, because it's uncomfortable to be in the position we're in given the nature of our organization. I wrote an email regarding this saying that was titled "Nonprofit is not a budget category," and I hope you've had a chance to read it. I'll try not to touch on anything that's in it to be duplicative, but I want to state that the nonprofit partnership plan states all nonprofit requests for funding through the city's fiscal year 2026 budget outside an existing funding program must submit an application in order to be considered. As you know, Neighbors Abroad is a nonprofit which exists only for the city of Palo Alto to facilitate our sister, sibling, and friendship city relationships. We were formed 62 years ago in conjunction with the city of Palo Alto, beginning those relationships. As it's been explained to me, the contract which we have to run our programs does not fall within the nonprofit partnership plan. However, the expenses for hosting delegations, which are reimbursed outside of that contract on a reimbursement basis, originally from council funds and most recently included in the budget, must go through this process. We would prefer that we not go through this plan.
because of the way that it is phrased, we've now been put in competition. I don't think we can gild the lily to say it's not in competition, because it's one fund of money that we all have to compete for against funds that are going for services for the unhoused, for education, for services from the children, for services for people who are differently abled. And we just don't fit into that category. We stand out as, I think, the most egregious example of why the nonprofit catch-all doesn't work. It's a tax category, not a budget category. But I understand that we're in an original phase. We would ask, if possible, for our funding to be returned to the budget to free up extra money in this category, because we just really don't belong. However, since we may not get funding otherwise and we need it, if we cannot do that, we appreciate the funding through this process. And I look forward to trying to work on the process next year. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nicole CW, followed by OSC Volunteer.
Good evening, council members. My name is Nicole Chuang, and I'm the Executive Director of Dreamcatchers, a local nonprofit supporting socioeconomically disadvantaged middle schoolers in Palo Alto, empowering their parents through resources in parent education, and encouraging Palo Alto High School students in sustained service learning. First, thank you to Minka, Lupita, Elena, and all the city staff who've spent countless hours supporting the nonprofits in this process. And thank you to the Human Relations, Finance, and Policy and Services committees for their thoughtful review of each organization's impact and needs. And thank you to council for including nonprofit funding in this year's budget, and especially for increasing it. That support matters. Public funding for nonprofits isn't just helpful, it's essential. We're not startups that can be scaled and then left to self-sustain. We provide core community services, work that if we didn't do it would fall to the city or be lost altogether. The work of nonprofits isn't short-term work. The Palo Altans we all support today will still need us next year and the year after that. Our programs are rooted in long-term relationships with families, with volunteers, and with other local organizations. That kind of stability is only possible when our funding is also stable. Nonprofits are not an add-on to this community. They're part of the infrastructure of a thriving, inclusive Palo Alto. Like roads, libraries, and parks, we help the city function and flourish. In closing, I want to thank the other nonprofits seeking funding from the city. Palo Alto is fortunate to have such strong, collaborative partners serving our most vulnerable, least representative residents. And it's one of the things that makes me the proudest to be a Palo Altan. Together, we make each other stronger, and we really do work together. And we make Palo Alto stronger too. Thank you so much for your support. It means so much to so many.
Our next speaker is OSC Volunteer, followed by Andrew N.
Hi, I'm Sophie Payman. I have the honor of serving at the Opportunity Services Center as the program director with Life Moves. I want to express my sincerest thanks for consideration during this award process and your generous support for our food program in Palo Alto. This funding comes at a very critical time. Our meal program, as we've spoken about, in partnership with Martha's Kitchen, provides 2 nutrition meal each weekday to about 35 to 40 people per meal, serving over 80 unique individuals each week and nearly 700 people throughout the year, including 190 Palo Alto residents. With the loss of complimentary food providers, our costs have grown in just 1 year. Thanks to your support, we can continue providing consistent meals even on holidays to ensure that no one is turned away hungry. But beyond the numbers, I want to thank you personally for recognizing that each meal is often much more than food. It's a reason to walk through our doors. It's a moment of peace and dignity. It's most importantly, it's the first step towards connection, trust, and a path to permanent housing. I've been with Life Moves for 2 years, and this work continues to move me every day. I've seen what it means for someone to eat their first one meal after days of surviving on the street. I've watched clients sit down just just to eat and end up talking to a case manager. And from conversation, it takes the first step towards stability. The work we do is challenging but deeply meaningful, and it is made possible by the care and commitment of partners like you. People who understand that real change starts with meeting people where they are. Passion. On behalf of our clients, our staff, and me personally, thank you. Your belief in our work makes all the difference.
Our next speaker is Andrew N., followed by Brian B.
Hello, thank you. I'm Andrew Navarro. I am the director of Peninsula Healthcare Connection Clinic and our outreach program. I would really like to take a moment just to thank the city council, everyone on the subcommittees, as well as everyone at the city who really put a lot of effort into making this happen for us. So thank you very much. I know it was just very laboring, and I really appreciate it. Our agency really appreciates it. On behalf of our small but mighty community health clinic in Palo Alto, I want to sincerely thank you for the opportunity to apply for this vital funding. It means a great deal to us and even more to the people we serve. Every day, we care for some of the most vulnerable members of our community, individuals who are unhoused or marginally housed, those living with substance use challenges, mental health conditions, chronic illnesses, and our growing aging populations. For many of our clients, we are the only consistent source of care and support they have. As a small but mighty clinic, we serve many functions, not just as healthcare providers, but also as advocates, connectors, and a trusted anchor in our patients' lives. The current political climate has only heightened the challenges they face. The fear and uncertainty many are experiencing is real, and it's taking a toll. For our patients, having a place to turn when they feel safe, where they feel safe and supported, is more important than ever. This funding is critical to helping us continue to be that place. It will allow us to maintain and strengthen the care we provide, to meet growing needs, and to remain a steady presence for those who often have nowhere else to go. We truly value our ongoing partnership with the City Council and the city. Your support makes a meaningful difference in the lives of our patients, and we look forward to continuing this relationship as we work together to build a healthier, more equitable community for all. Thank you again for your time, your consideration, and your dedication to those who need it the most. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian B., followed by Madeline M.
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Brian Baker, and I serve as the fundraising chair for the Palo Alto Special Education PTA and work with Rika Yamamoto, who spoke earlier. The Special Ed PTA was chartered this year as our nonprofit serves children and youth with disabilities and their families across Palo Alto. The proposal, our grant proposal aligns with the California State PTA's mission to positively impact the lives of all children and families. Our work includes student programs, parent education, and community engagement. We partner with Palo Alto City, Palo Alto Council of PTAs, Special Education Committee, assisting special education and inclusion representatives at every school site. We also collaborate with the city community service team. We are requesting a $5,000 grant to support our social skills development program, which Rika has already spoke about earlier. Of the 1,000 plus PAUSD students receiving special education services, over 450 are ages 13 to 18, many of them facing barriers to after-school participation, including access to city teen programs, particularly among underserved communities, such as the Latino families, who make up over 30% of this group. Wanted to just show our appreciation for the overall grant process that has been going on. We're looking forward to the outcomes from this particular grant proposal for the budget this year, and looking forward to participating in the future. So thank you all.
Our next speaker is Madeline M., followed by Lynn C.
Hello, this is Madeline Musante. I'm the Director of Institutional Giving at Vista Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired. I'm grateful for council members' time, and I urge the City Council to reconsider our allocation and to fund our vision loss rehabilitation services program. For over 80 years, Vista Center has empowered individuals who are blind or visually impaired to embrace life to the fullest through evaluation, counseling, education, and training services. We support all ages of people experiencing blindness and vision loss to regain independence and lead joyful lives. We offer a range of services, including free low vision eye exams with our in-house team of doctors, occupational therapy that helps clients adapt their homes to their needs, assistive technology training that helps individuals navigate especially seniors, navigate the ever-changing technological landscape, social emotional learning programs for children to build their confidence amongst their sighted peers, and support groups to help clients navigate the emotional challenges that come with vision loss. We are the only full scope services provider of our kind within Palo Alto. Vista Center works with all individuals who are visually impaired regardless of their ability to pay. We charge fees on a sliding scale, and over 92% of our Palo Alto clients receive our services completely free of charge. As federal funding remains uncertain, the cost of living rises, and funding streams for disabled communities are increasingly cut, support from the Palo Alto City Council is crucial for keeping our services accessible to all and maintaining our talented staff who can be there for clients in times of crisis. The loss of Palo Alto City funds would directly threaten the ability of people with visual impairments to thrive within our community, and we urge you to please support communities with disability and to help us fund services to the blind and visually impaired. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lynn C, followed by Penny E. Lynn C, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. Moving to our next speaker, Penny E.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Penny Elson, speaking as an individual. Council, please direct staff tonight to fill the vacant Safe Routes to School FTE as soon as possible, ideally before school starts. I'm glad to see this position is in the fiscal 26 general fund budget. That's important for long-term program continuity. However, the FTE was also funded in fiscal 25, and transportation was not allowed to fill the position, nor have they been told when they may fill it going forward. This has effectively become a quiet, long-term personnel cut that starves essential elementary and early middle school programs where we teach traffic safety skills and build the walking and bicycling culture that drives mode shift in grades K through 12, the heart of the program. One staff person has been struggling to do the work of two to meet deliverables. This all started about 2 years ago when a previous employee in the now vacant role was reassigned to a project that prevented him from fulfilling his regular Safe Routes duties. When he eventually left the city, he was not replaced. One person has been filling two roles for nearly 2 years. Planners and short-term hires sporadically have been assigned here and there to help out with bike rodeos and other activities, roles they are neither equipped nor fully trained for. Continuation of this situation is untenable. One new FTE was added to the transportation budget for Safe Routes this year. This is a grant-funded secondary school position that cannot be reassigned to City School Transportation Safety Committee work or work at lower grade levels than that the vacant FTE supported. Parents and Safe Routes PTA leadership already told council what they want. Last night, I resent you the links to letters and comments they previously shared with you. They need this position filled. It's important to maintain the FTE in the budget's general fund over time. It should remain there. Additionally, please direct staff to fill this position as soon as possible ideally before the August school start. Safe Routes to School has been a shining example of what the city can do when it works in partnership with citizens and the school district. Please make sure the program gets staffing it needs this year to regain lost
Your
ground.
time is up.
Thank
Moving back to Lynn C. Lynn C. All right, that concludes public comment on action item 23.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to the public. And we come back to the dais for discussions on this point, so we get council input.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry. City Clerk, can you put up the slide on the order of proceedings? Slide 19, Mayor. At this point, for the process, we need to have the recusal so we could take action on the Stanford item first, which is attachment C.
Before discussing the nonprofit item?
Correct. We have to have the recusal. We have to address attachment C first.
Okay.
And then the nonprofit would be a part of the budget deliberation.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead first and note that I'll be recusing myself from the Stanford-related items as the FBPC has currently determined that I have a conflict of interest based on my wife's employment with Stanford Healthcare.
And I will be recusing based on my representation of Stanford in intellectual property legal matters.
City Clerk, may we have slide 19 again? Great. So at this point, Mayor, we will be looking for council to discuss and approve the items within attachment C, which are the Stanford items.
Is that coming up on screen?
Number 7. Would you like us to put it on screen? It would be packet 1014.
So, Mayor and council members, just to orient you on this, this is the same list of items that we had for last year. These are items that have Stanford-related funding, mainly related to public safety, fire, police, Office of Transportation with the Palo Alto Link program, and then several capital programs or projects that could have Stanford implications because they're also public safety related.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking at this list, I wonder if PERT should be on here. We were told that SUMC funding was in place to pay for the PERT team. So have we left it off intentionally, or am I wrong in that it doesn't belong?
Yes, so thank you for the question. The funds are already transferred, and so it's not a current funding item for Stanford.
Great, thanks.
Councilmember Liu.
Is there anything in particular that staff would like feedback or comments on? Are we evaluating the completeness here? And also when we're ready, do we just make a motion to accept the contents of attachment C?
Yes.
Yes, this is a little bit unusual because we need the
Right.
recusals. We have to list the items, but we're not calling them out for any other particular reason. They
Okay.
probably wouldn't have been called out otherwise.
Okay, then I would move that we accept attachment C.
Second.
Councilmember Burt, do you have comments as well as a second?
Only that I encourage staff to look at updating some of these, like the quarry item is outdated, but other than that, I'm good to go.
Okay, other comments? Councilmember Recto?
Is there any limitation now when we're talking about budget to talk about these things after the recusal is done?
Yes, you should not revisit them. They will wrap together, and there's an exception that allow the recused parties to come and vote on the total budget, even though it does include these, but you should not reopen or discuss them. So if you have concerns about them or want to make changes in the budget, you should do that now.
Okay. I mean, one question I have is Pell to Link and how much we spend on that and how much is reimbursed. What's the net cost to the city?
So for that program for fiscal year 2026, the city's cost will be $500,000. And Stanford will be reimbursing the city about $520,000. And then $80,000 of revenue from the program is expected. So the total cost is about 1.1 million, with the city's portion being 500,000.
Oh, it's that large. That's a significant amount of money.
It is, however, it's a reduction from the $760,000 that is funded in 2025.
Yeah, I mean, the issue with Pell to Link is that it doesn't seem sustainable. The fact that you're paying as opposed to a shuttle, which may have some economies of scale. Do we have appetite to revisit Pell to Link, or is this a longer discussion?
Well, the link is in the budgets to be looked at. So we can talk about it in that context, yeah. So do we want that context right now? Okay.
If we want to talk about Pell to Link, we have to do it right now.
Yeah. So give us those numbers again, because go ahead.
Sure. So the proposed program for fiscal year 2026 would cost $1.1 million. $500,000 of that would be paid for from the general fund. And then another $600,000 is reimbursements from Stanford and revenues from ridership. And I believe, I don't know if we have Department of Transportation staff online, but I believe they're looking for other funding sources in order to augment the program, but we're waiting for information to be able to appropriate those dollars if we were to get them.
And that's in the consent calendar now for tomorrow night, but does that go to July of 26?
Yes, that item for tomorrow would extend the program for another year through.
So the numbers you're talking about get us a year of service.
Correct.
Okay. Councilmember Burt, you're.
Yes, thank you. So ironically, the Stanford segment, which is the reimbursement from the Stanford Research Park, is the one part of Palo Alto Link that we are not funding out of the budget because they're fully reimbursing. Is that correct?
Yes, as far as I understand, that's the intent.
But I do share and have shared from the outset the concern that it's not sustainable. I wonder, given that what staff is pursuing other grants, when do we expect that we would have an answer on those grants?
We have members of the Office of Transportation staff. Invite either or any of them to chime in if you'd like. Question at hand relates to grant.
And when we expect to hear whether we get them or not.
I believe we have two members of the Office of Transportation. Do either of them want to chime in? I see a yes, but maybe City Clerk, do you need to advance the director?
She should be in as a panelist. Director Lowe, you should be able to speak.
You're still on mute.
Rhea, I think you have your mute on. Oh, she's
Yeah,
frozen.
sorry, something had frozen for a second there. Hello, this is Rhea Hoots-Barrett-Lowe, Chief Transportation Official. So the staff have applied for a couple of grants. One of them is TFCA, and also there's an Innovative Transit grant from VTA Measure B. These go to VTA in October, so we'll be finding out after that about whether we're successful.
Thank you. So given that's the case, I wonder whether we want to authorize extension of the program for 6 months rather than the full year, so that we'll have that visibility. If we get the grants, we may be okay with continuing to extend it. If we don't, depending on what is happening in the economy and our budget, we may have a different decision.
Yeah, I was surprised to see it on the consent calendar and talk with the city manager about it, because I thought that we had not yet approved it for the year, which we obviously have not. And we had not had a discussion about it since the last time the last chief transportation official was here, when we were kind of scaling it back. We don't have any interim reports, so I'm reluctant anyway to extend it for a year. I guess the only question is, would the contractor agree to a 6-month program now? But we can give that a go. Other comments? Is your light still on, Councilmember Liu?
I'll just echo the point that I think either a 6-month term or the ability to terminate the contract early with minimal cost is preferred. I think Palo Alto Link is likely not sustainable and likely not something we want to subsidize as a car trip. But I think we also need to terminate it gracefully. We need to give people at least a few months of heads up so they can make their plans, the people who rely on it. And we should certainly see where the funding, if and where the funding comes from.
Councilman Rector.
Yeah, we were just talking about safe route to schools, and we're not filling that because we're not sure if we're gonna have enough money. And the bang for the buck for that, I think, is much, much higher than the bang for the buck for Palo Alto Link. So I would definitely want to put it on a very short term, put on a short leash.
So I'm fine with that policy, and I get your light is now on. Go ahead.
Can I just get a clarification from staff? The matter before us is Stanford-related items, of which this is one. Is this about the money they give us for Link?
It can't be separated from the program. So
Okay.
you're going to have to deal with the whole thing
Right now, because we have it on consent tomorrow night, which would be an opportunity for us to pull it from consent and say we want to talk about our Palo Alto Link contract.
Well,
Right.
if we vote tonight, it will automatically be pulled tomorrow, I think.
We'll have to make an adjustment. So
Yeah.
we're checking on the contract term about whether there's a termination for convenience.
Correct. So if council could give us one moment to look at that termination clause, we can get back to you on that. Because Kylene is a assistant city manager. As the council knows, one of the due outs from this budget process is to come back in August to look at rebalancing in the general fund. So that is another opportunity to bring up things like Link as an ongoing service, as well as review of that, pending the kind of contract term clauses. So give us one moment to look that up.
And the termination day too, while you're looking.
The current contract stipulates a 1-year termination. So it's a 1-year term, I should say. So the current contract on consent is for fiscal year 2026, the 12 months of it, July 1 through June 30th.
So the current contract is up now then?
Correct. It ends at the end of this month.
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out.
Yes. So to your point there, if the contract is not extended, then services would term at the end of this month. And so that's why I think the termination clause would be helpful for the council's decisions.
Yep. Okay, so we're gonna have to hold on that for a minute. Are there any other items on the Stanford items? Any other comments on the Stanford items? Excuse me.
I mean, as a general point, in attachment C, we're just recognizing that these are budget items that will be impacted by Stanford in some way. And I'm not so sure if there are any other commitments that we're making. And I'm not so sure to the extent that attachment C actually dictates the amounts underlying this. So my impression is that we could move this forward today and also come back to it on consent tomorrow. But if staff has any answers today or right now,
We cannot discuss this with a recused council member.
right, they would need to recuse again. Oh,
Yeah, we can't go back and forth like that. We need to do the recused items first and resolve them
oh, I
and
mean
not return to them.
tomorrow.
Yes, if we were to deal with it through the contract. So you're looking at the budget aspect now and the contract aspect is separate and it's tomorrow. So you could also handle it through the contract.
Right, they could recuse tomorrow and then we could finish depending on what staff needs to investigate now. Because we know that this would at least go some period into FY26. I don't.
Well, it depends on the contract negotiations.
Yeah.
We don't know that yet. So
Yeah.
that's what they're trying to find out. But we could make the tentative budget decision right now that we're gonna push this to August. And then, you know, the vendor would have to put up with that anyway. So that's the quickest way to get this done right now. Motion?
Well, first, I want to make sure that I'm thinking this through correctly, and we are. Our action right now is what we authorize in the budget. It's not a contract.
Right.
So we could authorize up to the 6 months tonight and then enable, tomorrow, get the clarification on what the contract terms are. And that's what I'd suggest we do.
That's an option, or we could just hold till August. It's another option. So either one.
Well, they
works.
got a contract that's running out, and so they'd interrupt service, is my understanding, if we didn't deal with the contract tomorrow. Is that correct?
So I do think, council members, you are identifying correctly that the budget is a spending plan. So by approving this, it doesn't preclude, us from changing the service delivery model midway through the year. So whether we deal with the contract in a further discussion tomorrow, reminder, it is a consent item on tomorrow's agenda. So we would need to go through the appropriate procedures for that. But I will also say you have the opportunity to talk about this again in August as well, especially if you're thinking about a wind out of services and a scaling of them.
Well, but if we were to agree to the contract tomorrow that locks us into a year, what good does it do to have the mid-year discussion?
Sure. It is a 1-year term, but like I said, staff is looking at the termination clause. Most of our contracts have a termination clause that allows the city to term a contract with 30 days notice. And what we want to do is confirm that this contract has that, which would provide the council greater flexibility on when to make
Just
that
go ahead
decision.
with the motion.
I will say that given what we don't know, I will move the attachment C.
So we actually already had sorry to interrupt you, Councilmember Burt. We did have a motion on the table.
Oh, sorry, that's right. And I would move then an amendment that would stipulate that the Palo Alto Link program would be authorized or funding authorized through 6 months of FY26. That sound correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
That sounds good to me.
Councilmember Burt, do you want to leave it Lou and Burt as opposed to Burt and Lou?
I'm doing the amendment.
Okay. Okay.
He's doing the
All right. I
motion.
just want to I want to get your fingerprints on it wherever you want it. Yeah. I know. I just wanted her to get the motion up. So you. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
I just want to be clear that we think the contract does expire at the end of this month. It says it's to be entered into as of June 30th to cover the time period from December 2025 to June 2026.
That is correct, but the contract is out of financial authority in terms of the not to exceed amount based on what the transportation team has told us. And so we wouldn't have the financial authorization to continue services. But I will also note, I believe, Ria, you can jump on if that's an incorrect or you have further details on that.
That's correct, what Kylie said.
All right, are we ready to vote on this?
Mayor Lowling,
Yes.
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-1-1. Councilmember Vinker recused and Councilmember Stone absent.
Okay, we'll go find a council member.
Or 5-0.
Is it 502, Mahia?
Correct. 5-0-1. Vinker recused and Councilmember Stone absent. 5-0-1-1. However.
All right. We can now return to the discussion of the nonprofit grants. So now we can open that up to council input and discussion. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So this has turned into a very complicated item for a comparatively small portion of our budget. As a bit of context, taking a step back, how do we get here? And I had to go back and revisit the staff report from last fall on this, the audit that kind of supposedly triggered this. And it was interesting to see that the audit recommendations, which just been handed out a copy, there were 4 on the nonprofit service agreements, and they really all had to do with how staff would be overseeing the relationships and the contracts that we had with nonprofits, and not about the need to create a new process to determine how to fund nonprofits. So somehow it came about into a focus on how to fund the nonprofits. And either way, that's where we are now. So we can't unwind that very easily. I also wanted to give context in that same staff report. There was an attachment B that listed all the nonprofit service agreements of 10,000 or more for this fiscal year, FY25. And there are a total of 54 nonprofit contracts with about 50 different partners, and only 26 of those are his rep. So half of all the nonprofit contracts we have aren't part of his rep, and they're much more akin to the 4 that we had unanimously put in the budget last year, which was where the council looked at the merits of an important and generally ongoing, not indefinitely, but ongoing commitment for those nonprofits. And when I look at the ones that we had the recommendation for, and I should remind everyone that the council, based on the staff recommendation, had gone forward with giving $235,000 for the Policy and Services Committee to distribute to those four who had actually, those four had $246,000 a year before. The environmental volunteers was left out. And then inviting all these other nonprofits to apply for that same pool of funds. The Finance Committee said that's really going to be problematic. It basically almost nullified the intention to continue with the funding in principle for those four and consider other funding for the other nonprofits. So we recommended an increase of that of $111,000. Now, what we actually have before us is $166,000 because the YCI contract was put into this same pot and added to the dollars that put into what I'll call the Hunger Games of nonprofits, where they're really having to fight amongst each other for these funds with rules that were being developed on the fly after the game started. But nevertheless, the YCI was added to it along with an additional $50,000 in funding. When we were at the Finance Committee, we had discussion about the YCI because we said, well, wait a minute, this is a contract that had been going on for 7 years or so. And the only reason that it wasn't in the budget is because there was a 3-year contract that had just ended. But rather than assuming a renewal of the contract, it was dropped off. Staff told us at that committee, and I think was even reiterated before the council, that was a mistake. And so we said, okay, that shouldn't be part of this competition for funding. Because staff added that dollar amount, it really doesn't change the availability of funds either way for the other nonprofits. So we'll set that aside for a moment. But that was a service agreement, basically, like what we've had with the environmental volunteers. And I watched some of the very long and extensive and hardworking Policy and Services Committee on this. And I think staff tried to explain that environmental volunteers contract was a contract that we asked environmental volunteers to provide an additional service on behalf of the city when we opened up Foothills Park to non-residents to assure that transition and that there'd be the information available, and they man that station to provide visitor information at a fraction of the cost of the city if we had to provide that service as a staff. So that, like a number of these contracts, there are ones where we're being asked to help a nonprofit do what they do, and there are some where the nonprofit is really providing a service to the city or an ongoing kind of outsourcing of a function. So that's one. Also, when we reviewed this before the Finance Committee, we asked about the Neighbors Abroad. There's $30,000 that is for their administration, and then there was another $17,500 for up to $17,500 for reimbursements. The city manager explained that that comes out of the city manager's budget. So we didn't address it any further because our understanding as a Finance Committee was staff didn't speak to us about any proposed change to that. And I think it wasn't until the day before the deadline on this that Neighbors Abroad even became aware that they were told, well, they should apply under the same fund. But we were told as a Finance Committee that that was out of the city manager's budget. How we should deal with it going forward is an open question. But that was a big surprise to the Finance Committee that suddenly that funding also showed up in this competition. And so if we were to restore the Neighbors Abroad reimbursement to the city manager's budget for this year and have environmental volunteers is not a big dollar amount, but that frankly, I understand that. But it took funds away from other funding by doing that. That if the environmental volunteers also was part of the budget as just a service agreement, not a contribution to them as a general for their general functions, then that frees up about $23,000. And out of the 4 nonprofits that we had unanimously funded last year, we've reduced the UNAF funding by $25,000, and that's all their year-round free programs in our libraries and otherwise, and the Magical Bridge Foundation by $50,000, which is my understanding basically cutting their programs by 1/3. If we instead did those 2 functions and we have about $100,000 or more remaining in the council discretionary fund, if we use $50,000 from the council discretionary fund, then we could make those 4 nonprofits whole and continue with the recommendations of the Policy and Services Committee for the other nonprofits that apply. So that's my suggestion for consideration.
If it's helpful, I can give some further background. If not, I don't need to, but I see that no other lights on.
Yeah, sure. And obviously, Councilmember Liu was on that committee too. He might have a point of view to share. Either one of you can go. You can both go.
Okay, I'll give a couple quick comments. I think the process is certainly needs revisiting, but that is a long and nuanced topic that is not for tonight. I generally agree with Councilmember Burt that we have, I understand, $115,000 left in the council contingency that will reset in 2 weeks. I'm getting a couple looks. Maybe that's not right.
125,000, just to clarify.
Oh, I thought you said we already spent 10,000 out of it, so we have 115 left.
In 2025, yes, you have that funding available.
Yes. Yes. So we have a 115 buffer that right. Okay, right. That is for this this year, and that we could potentially allocate this year for next year. I don't know.
Okay,
I guess there's some
well,
fungibility here, but
make your bigger point there.
But I think we should use substantively the entire contingency, or as much as we care to. We've only used 10,000 so far this this fiscal year. If trends continue, likely the same next year. We use the 115 or 125K. We use 30K to plug the overall gap from the original budget number. And then we have 85 or 95K to spread for Magical Bridge, UNAF, and potentially some other nonprofits as well. So yeah, just building on what Councilmember Burt said, it seems like that is the most straightforward way to plug the hole right now, rather than maybe move some numbers around into different sorts of budgets, and it's functionally equivalent.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. Happy to have more money. That was a challenge that we tried to work within. Yeah, no, I agree that it's what I alluded to earlier. I'll be slightly more specific. I was surprised to see some of the applicants being directed to this, but we did our best with the money we had and the applications before us. I think I tend to agree that Neighbors Abroad is not a great fit here, but that's one of the things we'll work out down the road. I just wanted to make sure that having been sent here, there was some allocation made. Same with YCI. I wasn't, I think I had a different impression coming out of our council meeting as to whether we'd be having them directed our way. So I think that's one of the things that we need to sort out and get real clear on in the next year, sort of categorically, what the rules are, what types of entities get funded how. So that said, I did want to add a little bit of background on a couple of things. One, with Magical Bridge, whom, which is beloved in this community. We all love them. We love what they do. They had last year aimed to do 20 some programs around town, which is amazing, with a $150,000 allocation. They did 50 some. So even if we roll back by a third, we will overshoot and we will get the impact we were looking for. And they're still twice as much as the next highest nonprofit. And we have more money to spread around. So that's why we did it, is we thought, we didn't know going into last year. It's the first time we'd funded that type of program for them. And their budget was not specific enough to let us go more granular than that. It was like 90,000 for personnel and 60,000. I mean, there was no detail. But we looked at the massive impact, and so we thought, well, that is one where we can continue to get what was sought last year. So that was the rationale. If you can find the money to change that, we love them. But that was the thinking. And on UNAF, we love them too. But we look back, part of it is what historically they've had. And I know Jasmina spoke about cutting their budget, but I think that was relevant to last year. So I think staff, can you just so that our colleagues have context, they want it fully funded, that's great. But I know it was put together sort of what the last few years were in terms of city support.
Actually, I believe our Deputy City Manager, Chantal Cotton Gaines, may have that information handy. Chantal?
Oh, she's here.
Good evening, Chantal Cotton Gaines, Deputy City Manager. We have given funding to UNEF over the years, so I can share at least the last few fiscal years if that is helpful for the council. Sure. In FY25, we gave $45,000 directly to UNEF, and the Community Services Department actually absorbed the cost of doing banners as another $10,000 within their existing budget. In FY24, we gave $35,000 to UNEF, $10,000 were for banners from the special events contingency, and $25,000 were included in the budget. In FY23, there was $20,000 budgeted within the Community Services Department, and it was broken up between banners and other programming. In FY22, it was about $35,000, $25,000 of which was general support, and about $10,000 was for banners from the City Council contingency. And then there were 2 years we did not provide any funding to UNEF. Those were COVID years. And then FY17, 18, and 19, it was around $10,000 each year just for banners.
And I think partly it was because there was county funding during some of that time, and we picked up the slack later. So we tried to look at that. We also, one of the things that we were able to do generally with these was to drill down into what the projects were, what the costs were, and all that. This was one where it was for, there's 2 chunks of programs that they do, the October Festival and then special programs. They're all wonderful. And this was basically a quarter of their overall budget, not further divided. So that just gives you a little more background if that's helpful. And I I think other than that, we fully funded EV. I take your point that if you did that through a service contract, but for whatever reason, that was not how it was presented to us, and we wanted to make sure they were funded. And I'm sorry, when I say EV, environmental volunteers, not electric vehicles. So just wanted to give that further background.
Okay, I want to jump in here because I was on the finance committee last year, happily, and I was very vocal about this issue because I felt like we didn't have any criteria for deciding on which people to fund and which not, and so on. And so the substance of the discussion that we had at finance was things like, we really need a reset on this so that we can understand things like, what are they going to do with the services? Do we have the right mix of groups so that we're covering all of the folks that we want to cover, not too many in one category, such as disabled folks or whatever. So we wanted to look at that. We wanted to see a solid budget presented to us from the nonprofit for a lot of reasons. One is just to make sure that they're solvent. Two, to make sure that they would take care of our money in the right way. And three, to make sure, this we talked about multiple times, that most of the money for any one organization would not come from Palo Alto. We wanted to supplement, not fund a full organization. We also wanted to make sure it was dominantly Palo Alto recipients. And in all of that, we even discussed at the time, there's going to be people who want money because there's unlimited needs for funding for nonprofits. And it will be what we're now calling competitive, because there's only so much taxpayer money that we can give out in these situations. And so some people aren't going to get as much as they want, or some people aren't going to get funded. And to me, that's exactly what was implemented with the process from P&S that they're coming back with. And on the certain ideas of what we want in the mix, I think we're successful on that. This auditor thing, to be honest, I haven't thought about that in over a year. I'm not saying it's invalid, but I didn't think that was really the focus of where we were trying to go to get sort of the right mix of organizations funded. So then, Councilmember Liu, where you're trying to go there is try to make the numbers, but we need to come at this with the right methodology, not just if we want to make the numbers, I think. But if we decide we want to make the numbers, there's a lot of easy ways to do that. I personally don't think blowing the contingency 100% right now is the way to do it. But there's a lot of ways we can find $30,000 or $200,000, but we're also asking staff to cut millions in 30 days. So, there's a little bit of inconsistency there, but I just think that what the process, of course, it's not done yet. We knew that phase one wouldn't get there. We don't have, for example, categories that we talked about also on finance of, well, maybe some people should be getting 3-year grants so they know about it, and people should get 1-year grants. Well, we didn't get to that this year, and we should. So there's still stuff to be done, and I would hope that the community and council would be patient on those things that would come in subsequent rounds. So we can talk about the number of dollars we want to give if we want to change from the number that P&S started with and raise it. But it seems to be we should be sort of strategic about that instead of just say, all these people happen to want this much money, so let's pay it for all of them. So that's kind of where I am in terms of first comments. But let's see, Councilmember Lithcott-Ames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate everything that's been said by my colleagues. Tremendous amount of work has gone into this, and it's clearly a very complicated thing. I think the one facet that hasn't been addressed yet, if so, I apologize for missing it, is for those organizations who are HISRAP recipients. For example, Dreamcatchers. I see them on your P&S June 4th docket, your packet for June 4th, talks about them being a HISRAP recipient in 24-25, getting $86,000. What it doesn't show is that they applied again, but only got 52. They applied for 80,000, only got 52,000. And so they have received less from HISRAP this year, which is why they came to this phase one bucket, seeking to make that that original request whole. And then didn't get fully funded through the phase one. And so that's an example of an organization that is trying to figure out, first of all, probably what changed? Why does the city no longer believe in what we're doing? Should they take that message? Should they not? Who knows, right? But when we reduce funding, when we gave them this year from whatever buckets, and now we're giving this, it leads to this, worry and confusion about, should we have asked for more in that second bucket? If we knew you're only going to, how do we play the game right? And I think there were a number of nonprofits, I'm guessing, who found themselves partially funded in the phase one process, wondering, should we have done something differently in order to fare better? So I think this complex conundrum obviously is going to warrant further conversation, not tonight. I am in favor in the short run of certainly allocating the money that's about to run out, the 115 that we only got a couple weeks left with. It just feels like a nice way to know.
It doesn't run out. You use it next year.
It doesn't roll over.
Cash.
Does it or doesn't it?
Cash.
It goes to fund balance. So, it continues to be retained as a savings.
Okay. I am in favor of, first of all, PNS got so close within $30,000. If we can figure out how to meet that need so that PNS's efforts at allocation are funded, if we can find a little bit more, I would love to see that happen. But I'm also really clear that everything we're talking about right now is a rounding error in a $1 billion budget. And the longer we spend on this at 10:30 at night, we're really sort of demonstrating both how much we care about our nonprofits, because we're fighting for every frickin' $5,000, but we're also here well into the night talking about a set of funds that represent so little in terms of what the city overall has to manage. So I urge us not to be at this forever tonight.
Can I just give a quick? Thank you. I just wanted to respond quickly on the, Councilmember Lithcott Haynes just said, one of the things that I think we definitely need, and we've noted during our committee meetings, you kind of put your finger on, that we need to sort out for next year, is the interplay with his rep. Because this year, because it wasn't said that one cannot come here too, many did, and that's fine. But query whether, if the project, not necessarily the entity, but the project is his rep eligible, it should only go to his rep. So we're not sort of second guessing his rep. I would be more comfortable with that. That's just not where we found ourselves this year. But honestly, I hope that we discuss that and look at that. And if it needs more money to meet those needs, and we've discovered that, well, that's a different question, and we can address that as well. But you put your finger on something that was challenging to deal with on our committee. So just wanted to.
Councilman Rectal.
Yeah, I agree. But the his rep, non-his rep interaction has to be ironed out. And also we have this implied, these long-term partners, we have implied support. And that doesn't mean that we have to support them forever, but we have to figure out an off-ramp. That if there's someone where we want to decrease, we tell them 6 months in advance, you're going to get a decrease next year. So they can plan for it, because they don't have the cash flow necessarily to else. And they wake up one day and find out that their money's been cut in half. That's just not fair. These are long-term partners, and we have to treat them with respect. So anyway, we have stuff to work on, and I'm confident we can work on it. And I agree, we should just pay the money and keep everyone happy this year, and then we have a year to figure it out next year. The one last thing is the Pell to Museum. Because of the snafu, it was not considered. And do we want to consider that tonight?
Well, we should discuss it, since it was apparently just overlooked. So it should, we shouldn't ignore that. Councilmember, was it for you? Oh yeah, Councilmember Burt.
Well, I was going to check if we were ready for a motion, but maybe I'll wait to see if people want to wait in this history museum issue.
Okay, did you have a comment on that specifically?
Not when I first rang in, but.
Oh, okay, go ahead. You can Talk about your other item then.
Oh, well, I was just going to say that the tricky part here is that had we known we had more money, we might have made some slightly different decisions on others. And I don't want to overly complicate it, but it is tricky now to have a lot more. So I still think, if we can solve it, fine, let's solve it. But on the museum, I mean, that's just awkward, right? We didn't know anything about it. But I did read, in the staff report that there's been quite a bit of support for it. And including in this budget proposal coming out of finance. And so I'm not inclined to add it in here at this point, although with apologies and regrets that it wasn't treated as the others were. But that would be my initial instinct.
Okay, Councilmember Burt, did you want to?
Sure. Well, I'll go ahead and offer a motion, which is that we will approve the allocations recommended by the Policy and Services Committee with the following changes. That the Neighbors Abroad funding continued to be out of the city manager's budget for this year. On the reimbursements, that the environmental volunteers be out of as a budget line item under community services, and that the Magical Bridge Foundation and the UNAF funding requests be made at their full requested amounts, with the additional funding coming from the council contingency fund, which would be, if my math is right, in the neighborhood of a little over $50,000 from the council contingency fund.
City manager, want to comment on both of those relative to community services budget and city manager budget?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Burt. I do want to make it clear that those specific requests are not in either the CMO or CSD budgets. So in order to handle the funding as you just described, we would need to reduce the budgets in each of those units accordingly.
Or add those dollars to that budget.
I did not hear that in the recommendation, so.
Well, if need be. So first on the reimbursement for Neighbors Abroad, I guess I'm surprised it's not in the city manager's budget.
There is a $30,000 line item in the city manager's budget to cover Neighbors Abroad.
Yeah, but that's not the one I'm referring to.
Correct. There is the
I'm referring
supplemental
to
application.
that the reimbursements this year come out of the city manager's budget, right, for FY25.
Those were paid out of a council contingency direct allocation. And Deputy City Manager Gaines, you could correct me if I get that wrong, but that's my understanding.
Okay.
Correct. Over the last maybe year and a half, the city council has allocated some one-time funds to Neighbors Abroad for hosting and receptions. It was $20,000 in this previous fiscal year. That was one-time funding.
That was out of council contingency.
That was allocated at the time of the budget adoption. I'm not 100% sure the location of that. I'll have to check with OMB.
Okay.
Just want to make sure we have clarity on it. So right now, the budget that we're looking at to approve doesn't have anything in the city manager's budget for Neighbors Abroad, and there's nothing in CS for any of these items.
Again, there is a base funding for Neighbors Abroad of $30,000 from city manager's office. There is not this additional reimbursement for hosting that was allocated previously on a one-time
I will
basis.
add to the amendment that the community services budget be increased by the $10,780 for environmental volunteers, and the city manager's budget by $17,500 for an up to, a not to exceed amount for reimbursements for Neighbors Abroad.
I'll second.
You want to speak to that, Councilmember?
Yeah, I appreciate the approach, and I would like to ask the maker if he would be willing to add to it an allocation for dream catchers of 13,000. This is the only organization that deals with kids who are underserved, kids of color, poor kids. The others are important in their own way. They're just an entirely different bucket, UNAF, Neighbors Abroad, environmental volunteers, than something like dream catchers. This to me is a commitment to low-income kids and families, and I would just hate to see them not be a part of this additional allocation.
I'm a bit concerned that we're entering into redoing the work of the Policy and Services Committee, and the dream catchers, for all its merits, were considered as part of the HISRAP. I will say that I think for this coming fiscal year, one of the things that we'll want to look at as part of this process is what, if any, additional funding we may want to put under HISREP so that we don't have HISREP eligible nonprofits feeling they need to apply in both places. At this time, I'm not inclined to accept it, but we'll see if other colleagues want to support that.
Councilmember Rectal?
I'll take a pass.
Your light was definitely on, I can tell you that. Is that Councilmember, Vice Mayor Vinker?
Yeah, and last, I don't know who I'm looking for Chantel, but I don't know, that doesn't necessarily need to be here. Oh, there. So last year was the direct allocation to Neighbors Abroad, was it 17.5? Is that what you said? And the reason I'm asking is just so folks know, they were put under incredible time pressure, but there were two different numbers in their application. One was 12.5 and one was 17.5, and without a budget, I wasn't sure which it was the actual ask. So I don't want people to think we were trying to necessarily cut them. We did not know. But we do have them here, and I'm sure they'd prefer more to less, but what was it last year?
Your question is referring to the amount of money that council allocated for reimbursement services for Neighbors Abroad last year?
Exactly.
The council allocated amount in last year's budget was $20,000.
Okay.
And that was a request from Neighbors Abroad. Prior to that, Neighbors Abroad had received sort of $5,000 here, $5,000 there. But during the budget last year, it was the $20,000, and remaining from all of those allocations council gave is about $10,000 left that Neighbors Abroad can use right now.
Okay.
For reimbursement services.
Then let's stick with the 17.5. Thanks.
Any other comments? I already called on you.
The one thing I want to make sure is that Environmental Volunteers is doing work up at Foothills Park that is kind of overcome by events. Right? The crowds aren't there anymore. We don't have as many people. I think community service should look at it and say, is this the best way of spending the money? So I'm happy to put the money into community services, but I don't want them blindly spending it. I want them to evaluate the different ways of spending it and say, is environmental volunteers on the top of my list, or is there other things that we could do better with that $11,000? So.
Mayor,
Sorry, Director.
may I ask clarification on the motion when the time is right?
Yes, I think there's one more comment at least. Councilmember Lithcott Ames.
Yeah, I think I was the second on this motion. And I just want to put out a final plea for the category that Dream Catchers is in. This type of nonprofit is under threat by the federal government's policies against DEI. Sources of funding are being cut for anyone that's got anything to do with supporting underserved communities. So I think they are uniquely positioned in a bad way in this current moment, and all the more counting on their local partners to believe in the work that they do. So I understand I'm not getting the maker doesn't want to add it to the motion, but I'm saying this to just whomever takes this up next, please take these things into account. Thank you.
Okay. No, the director needs a clarification of the motion. Oh, did you have something else? Go ahead.
I just wanted to say in the application, it says that for dream catchers, the amount we were requesting is the difference between what we had requested from his rep for 2026-27 and what we received. So it did get cut in half from that. Is that what you're referring to? But I didn't see a 58. I thought it was 87 versus 27. I mean, sorry.
We don't have to haggle over this now. I'm probably wrong. You're probably right. I know they got less than they hoped for and less than they got last time.
Yeah. So what that brings up is we were looking at prior years is what we had on our chart too. So there's a whole nother issue for next year systemically there.
Okay, so clarification.
Thank you. For the motion as typed, I'd like to clarify that the neighbors abroad currently reads to increase by 17,500. Is it to increase to 17,500? Because based on the supplemental memo, the proposal requested was only 17,500. PNS recommends 12,500.
So the answer on the intent is that there's already 30,000 in the city manager's budget toward Neighbors Abroad for administrative. And this would increase that 30,000 by 17,500. That's the intent.
Okay, but the motion at the top says we're going to approve the allocation recommended by PNS with the following changes. So PNS recommendation is 12,500. We're going to add another 17,000.
No, the 17,500 would be taken out of the policy and services recommendation and instead allocated under the city manager's budget.
Okay, so we are going to remove the 12,500 from the PNS recommendation. So that should be one of the bullet points.
Yep.
The way it reads is the basis is the PNS recommendation with the following changes. So to be precise, it should remove the 12,500 from the PNS and then to fund 17,500 directly from CMO.
Yeah, and that clarification would apply to the environmental volunteers as well.
Okay, so we'll give the clerk a moment to type that.
It's going to be added back into the other budgets. It's not going to save any money. Well, theoretically, I guess the stuff that's coming out of our pocket comes out of contingency fund. Find it elsewhere else, just raise the budget numbers. This is what makes sense. Say no. He doesn't have that one in there yet. Oh, yeah, yeah. I don't know, it's just.
Likewise for environmental volunteers, and then I have clarifications on the last bullet point.
Yeah, you might as well. Lauren?
Yes.
Lauren,
Ms.
we have a
Lai?
question.
Yes, so a Magical Bridge Foundation want to confirm that we are going to fund up to 150,000. Okay, and the difference is all coming out of fiscal 26 council contingency.
Fiscal year 25.
Is that the
We'll
same
fund it
for
now.
UNAF?
Yes.
So let's clarify, is the full difference the 50,000 or the full appropriate, probably not the full appropriation because there isn't enough money there. So the 50,000 in this motion is coming out of fiscal 25 council contingency.
Correct. The approximately 55. I didn't do the exact math.
And UNAF, so the Magical Bridge Foundation would be awarded up to 150,000, with 50,000 of that coming from fiscal 25 council contingency.
Well, let me clarify something. We freed up 13,000 and change from the policy and services recommendations by moving the Neighbors Abroad reimbursement and the environmental volunteers to departmental allocations. So the amount that has to come out of council contingency is the difference between those dollars and the 75,000 additional dollars, 50,000 toward Magical Bridge, 25 toward UNAF. So it's about 52,000 that would come out of the council contingency.
Totally fine. Let's make that as a final bullet point. So let's clarify. Magical Bridge Foundation, based on this motion, will be awarded $150,000, with 50,000 coming out of fiscal 25's council contingency. UNAF will be awarded 45,000, with 25,000 coming out of 25's council contingency. And a final bullet point, which is the balance of which would come out of 26 council contingency. We could do the math.
No, out of 25 council.
Oh, all of it's coming out of 25? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So it's about 52,000 coming out of FY 25 council contingency.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure the motion's very clear about the award amount for each of these
Yep,
organizations.
those are helpful clarifications.
Ms. Lai,
Yes.
I just have a question. For the first two bullets, when we increase the city manager's office budget and we increase the community services budget, how is that handled? Does it come from somewhere else or just increase like the what happens?
It's going to come out of fund balance, so we're going to have to pull it out of fund balance, or we have to come back and increase the $6 million reduction to $6,030,000. So yes, it just added additional appropriation.
Which do you recommend?
If we could take it out of council contingency, that would be preferred.
And there's room.
I'm okay with that.
What about the seconder? I just think obviously.
I
one
guess, I'm
thing
sorry.
that's gotten lost tonight a little bit is how hard Finance Committee has worked on these budgets and all the departments that came to finance hour after hour. I remember when I sat on finance, it
So let me
presented their budgets to you and worked hard within their parameters. And I don't want to kind of give the impression to staff and department heads that did that so well that we just willy-nilly change a number. So I would prefer if council's doing this, that it come from council contingency, but yes.
So here is a reason that I'm okay with it, but I want to make sure that we have this on the table. We don't want to go through, for instance, with Neighbors Abroad, again, next year, it gets dropped from the budget. And we have to go through this whole process again. If they are an ongoing partner, like these other 25 nonprofits that we have in the budget that we have over the years committed to make partnering commitments to, then we want to have that become part of the ongoing budget and not the discretionary fund. So that was a reason to put it in the budget.
Yeah, thank you for that. I like that. And I think that that's one of the things that as we figure out who's in what category next year, we should be really clear about. And that was, I think that Ms. Burgess, both at PNS and again tonight, iterated that, but for performing the city services, they wouldn't exist. So that's a really sort of unique category. And there are other examples that are similar to that. So I guess with that, I'm indifferent as to which way we go, but I do want our staff to know that we do respect all their efforts to make these budgets and come in to them.
Thank you. I appreciate that comment and agree that actually, ultimately, I hate to think about this transactionally, but it does come down to the transactions of defining what are ongoing commitments versus agreements that are typically engaged with on an annual basis or up to a 3 to 5 year basis. And so how the council would like us to define those going forward, I think is the essence of what the next phase will be.
Yeah, I agree with that. We still, I believe, need categories, and I don't think we should have anybody in there that just automatically thinks this is a 10-year grant or gets it in their brain that way, because things change over time and the amount of money changes and their needs change. And so I think we just have to address that. All right, are we ready to take the vote?
Just wanted to ask the maker and the seconder if the last bullet point correctly reads the intention of the motion.
I think so.
John?
Yes.
Can we make one correction? The fiscal year, the 23,280 coming from the fiscal year 26 council contingency.
Yeah, if we are making that change, then we'll just add, what we should just do here is add the 23,280 with the 51,720 for a total of $75,000 from the council contingency. Rather than those two, we changed that. We're taking it all from the council contingency. So it'd be 75,000 from the council contingency. Yes.
Yeah.
So it's all coming out of 25 council contingency.
That's the plan.
But hopefully not go through this again the exact same way next year.
No. Okay.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Mayor Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yep.
Motion carries. 6-0-1. Councilmember Stone absent.
Okay, colleagues. Time to take a vote on if we're done for tonight.
No, actually, the budget as a budget.
I know.
Okay, good.
No, I'm talking.
And
No, I'm
Mill
telling
Road
you,
Bridge.
no, I'm saying, depending on how long we want to go, it's already 11 o'clock and we have a meeting tomorrow night.
And the meeting tomorrow night is not predicted to go very long.
That's
Right.
right, but we can always predict, but there's a single action item of retail. So we actually have more time tomorrow than we do.
Yeah, but I don't
after-
know that we have a lot of debate here on the balance of the budget. So I think
That's why I'm raising the question, as we've agreed to do.
Council, apologies.
Okay, continue.
I'm not sure we fully balanced the nonprofit because if PNS is 30,600, we've only moved 12,000 and 10,000. We still have a small amount. For the matter of tonight, I'm just thinking we should balance that through 25's budget council contingency, if you're okay with that.
Where are you saying the mistake is so far?
No, the PNS was 30,600. And then we moved 2 out of there, which is the neighborhoods abroad and the environmental volunteers. We still have a balance.
When you say the PNS was 30,600, what are you referring to?
So
the shortfall.
It's the shortfall.
Oh, you had a shortfall in that?
Correct, because it exceeded the appropriation. So
That was using the
Yes.
400.
So I just like maybe a final bullet point in there that enables us to take the balance of whatever that is, whatever the math is, because it's too late right now, and take that out of the fiscal 25 city council contingency. So that will then document in the motion that we're going to approve everything in PNS plus the delineated changes. Are we on the same page?
As long as there's money in that. So you're gonna have to do the math and see if that's
Yes,
the case.
there's money in
'cause
the 25
we need a
budget.
few dollars for the next month or two.
Correct, but I just want to make sure we're going to approve the PNS recommendation with these amendments. And so there's
Okay.
no confusion on that.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm aware of a small grant that we're gonna want to do the next couple of months, so we don't want to use up 100% of it.
Right. Yes, we're fine. Clerk, you
Okay.
need us to amend and make another motion? Are you okay with that?
We should have another motion to approve the budget. Are we?
No.
No.
Yes, we were just having a conversation about the nonprofit. You're okay with that?
Oh, sure.
Okay. So Mayor, we still have the budget, the appropriation limit, the fees, and all the other administrative items. May we?
I was recommending that we move them to tomorrow night, but I didn't get enough support, so let's just pour through it. Where are we?
Yes, we have a motion to recommend. So let us.
We voted on that.
May
No,
we
it's balanced the
facilitate
budget.
on that, or would you
Oh,
like to have a
Okay,
discussion?
so to cut to the chase, I will recommend that the council adopt the FY 26 budget ordinance attachment A, including all of the elements listed under the staff recommendation. Now that does include, I guess, the AB 2561, which we've already approved, so we can omit that.
We also have appropriation changes based on the action tonight. We'd like to offer those on the screen to facilitate the motion if that's acceptable.
Sure. And I'll have one, well, I'll let Councilmember Liu make an amendment.
I would like to move that not move, I'm sorry.
You don't have a second first.
I'll second. And I would also like to offer an amendment that the vacancy related to safe routes to school continues as a vacancy so that we can continue hiring before August.
I agree. And I really think of that position as actually a public safety position. And so consistent with the city manager's prioritization of public safety.
Well, at the risk of getting ahead of myself here, I will get ahead of myself. The plan that we will bring back to you in August is to swap funding for that position from general fund to Measure B. And so I will perhaps take this motion, unless there is dissent, with our proceeding on that course in order to expedite the hiring while also addressing our general fund.
Yeah. That's even better. That's great. And we can continue hiring and interviewing and recruiting in the meanwhile. So thank you.
Maker of the motion, accepting the friendly amendment. Thank you. City Clerk, do you have the details? Not yet? Okay. Let me frame what you're probably looking at. Some of the changes earlier tonight regarding the climate credit on the gas operating fund that was nixed 1.1 million. In addition, the discussion about PA Link, while that was discussed as attachment C, that will be reflected in the budget appropriations. In addition, the nonprofit items that were just discussed. Is there anything else I missed?
So the change to PA Link will add funding to budget stabilization.
That's okay, but are there any other? Those are the three items, and technically they're delineated in detail. Great. Clerk will put them up momentarily. So we ask that the motion maker take the motion, including the amendment, plus these other technical items.
The ones we've already adopted, we're incorporating them in the main motion. Is that what this is?
Based on the motion tonight and also the utility item, we're incorporating all those three. Again, it has to do with the climate credit 1.1, the link, the nonprofit, and now the OOT position.
Okay. I am fine with incorporating those in the main motion. Seconder?
Yes. Is the note about the safe routes to school vacancy in there? Not yet, but okay.
I wonder for the safe routes to school planner position, we could phrase it as authorizing the Measure B funding for safe routes to school planner position. And advanced recruitment ASAP. I mean,
sure.
Did you want to say and advance recruitment? You get rid of the D at the
yeah,
end.
advance. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Any more to add?
No, I just wanted to call your attention under item 1H is where the climate credit is being deducted. If you're looking for it in the list below, it lives up there.
Okay.
This is this.
So this is incorporated into the main motion. So we're ready to go.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker.
Yes.
Motion carries 601, Councilmember Stone absent.
Okay. What would you like next?
We're done with this item. Thank you so much.
And, you know, we could treat the last item like it was consent and approve it. Dispense with the proposal. We all know what New Road Bridge is.
I guess I'm good with that. I guess we have to hear from a member of the public. But other than that,
Yes.
I think it's a slam dunk.
Yeah. Motherhood and apple pie.
Water in the bridge.
Does anyone have any more cliches to put on the table? Is there currently any public comment on this item? Okay, so then you should give the presentation, Brad. Briefly, first two slides.
It's 3 slides total. Right? Boom, boom, boom.
I've seen you move really fast at the climate committee. I think you can do this.
Okay, we can be quick. Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works, and with me here is Michelle Jeremias, Senior Engineer and Project Manager. And we are thrilled, despite the late hour, to be bringing this to you. So next slide. This is just a little of the recent steps, starting with when the City Council approved the project, although it was under development for years before that. And then the most recent steps culminating with Caltrans authorization and our successful bidding process. Next slide. And really, this advanced construction process is the reason that this came to you as an action item rather than consent, because our construction bid was 22% under the engineer's estimate, which is great. The one issue we do face is that we have this advanced construction authorization, which means the highway bridge program doesn't currently have the funding authorized for us. But we wanted to point out here, this is a very routine thing in the highway bridge program. We do fully expect to eventually be reimbursed for these construction expenses. And as noted on this slide, some of the other expenses we are able to get reimbursed even later this year. And in fact, Caltrans has recently worked with us to have us put in a request for them to potentially fund this even during the current fiscal year. So we're hopeful about that. Next slide. Okay, so this is the recommendation. The more formal language is in the staff report, but it's these contracts and agreements. There is one little wrinkle that we have to still attend to, which is that we're still waiting to hear back from Caltrans about the disadvantaged business enterprise good faith efforts package that we submitted. They have that program, and they have these regulations that basically say we can't award a contract until we've got feedback from them. So we have, because of that, and they have 3 weeks to 15 business days to do that. So they've still got a little bit of time on their end. So this is a minor complication, but we have a change to the language of what we're recommending for the first part of the motion. which is essentially saying that instead of council tonight approving the construction contract, that you would authorize the city manager to approve it and execute once we've received and considered whatever feedback we get from Caltrans. And I believe the clerk has that language. So with that, I think that is our staff presentation.
Great, thank you. Public comment?
Our first speaker is Yesenia H.
I will be very quick, given the late hour, and thank you so much for staying late to get this done. Thank you to our city staff for working on this project for the past 13 years, incorporating public input and getting it to this point. This project is vitally important for public safety, for flood control on San Francisco Creek, and also for transportation improvements. Thank you very, very much. And I want to express my strong support for this project and urge you to vote to approve this proposal and this project. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on action item 24.
Okay, any council comment? Then I'd love to hear a motion.
I move the staff recommendation.
Well, I had my light on, so I'm going to jump in too, because
Good.
apparently that's what we're doing now. Mr. Mayor, is that all right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
We can
because
chat
what
about
I
it.
was going to do was say, amazing that the budget went down. I don't think we ever see that, and particularly on big projects that take 13 years to get there. So amazing it went down, and I was going to move, but now I'll just wait and vote.
Yeah, Herculean effort. Always pushing at that wheel. It's just going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Thanks for
And that
that.
East Palo Alto pays like nothing, like we are doing the right by our neighbors. I mean, it's impressive on a lot of fronts what you have manufactured or put together here. And I just wanted to take a minute to give you kudos on that. So.
If I could, just to really reinforce that, I just want to take a moment, and I know we're rushing through this, to thank Michelle in particular for her persistence in seeing through the design, the environmental clearance, the securing of all the property agreements necessary on both sides of the creek, and as you've seen, pushing through with the agencies, which has involved Councilmember Burt, the mayor leaning on Caltrans along the way, and just extraordinary effort all around, but in particular, Michelle.
Yeah, thank you for adding those comments. Very well deserved. Thank you so much. We're going to adjourn for about 20 hours. I just was getting you ready for that.
For item 1, is that dollar amount correct or is that incorrect? I think there might be an additional number there, or no, it is correct? Okay. Well, apologies for asking. The motion was differed a bit from the initial staff recommendation. This was. All right, I think we're ready for the motion now. The vote. Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Mayor Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames?
Yes.
Motion carries 601. Councilmember Stone absent.
Yes, we're adjourned.